turn it on, ask for a recess, meeting to start again at noon.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Hello, hello.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, with respect to logging off, should we log off entirely, or should we just leave everything the way it is?
Janet, Andrea?
So if you're staying in your home and you're
It's coming your way for those that can't hear that, and hopefully that'll clarify issues. All right.
Without VPN at home, we can't get emails.
Yeah, you can on your phone.
Yeah, on your phone you can. Yeah,
your
exactly.
phone.
Yeah,
Your
okay,
phone.
got it.
Check your phone.
Thanks. Yeah, it's
So
all-
can you make us live, and we'll ask for a recess, and we'll recess till. We're live. Thank you. So a motion to move into recess because of the technical difficulties we're having in getting everyone connected.
Move it.
Moved by Partridge, seconded by Johnson. All in favor? Show of hands is fine. Thank you all. We'll see you shortly before noon to get logged in, or stay logged in and come to City Hall if you can. Thank you.
Oh my lord. Good grief.
Okay.
Everybody's sound is on.
Are we good to go? Yes. Thank you. Well, at this point, it's a good afternoon. So a late start due to technical challenges that we had to sort out. Fortunately, I think we've got it all sorted out, so we're going to marshal on. The city of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territory of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. And today, the city of Hamilton is home to many indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. So the public advised that meetings are webcast live by the city of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices, other than the ones you're using right now, are to be switched to a non-audible function during our council meeting. And I'm going to turn to the roll call. So just indicate your presence. Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Farr. I
You
see you
waved.
go up. Thank you. Councillor Nat.
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Marula.
Present.
Councillor Collins.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, present.
Interrupting your lunch. Sorry about that. Councillor Pauls.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Present.
Councillor Partridge.
Present.
Councillor Whitehead.
Present.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
Present.
Councillor Ferguson.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Present.
Councillor Pierce.
Present.
And Councillor
Present.
Clark. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
I'm here.
I see you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, thank you. All present and accounted for. Are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good afternoon. There are 19 added communication items. Item 4.4, correspondence from Hamilton Bike Share, Inc., who are in a position both financially and operationally to assume bike share operations in Hamilton. This is a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.1, which is a reconsideration of subsection AI of item 6.4 of the May 27th, 28th, 2020 council minutes. Item 4.5, correspondence from Patrick J. McNally Charitable Foundation, respecting their commitment of $100,000 to support Hamilton's bike share program. This item has a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 7.1. Item 4.6, correspondence from Ian Borsuk, Climate Champion Coordinator, Environment Hamilton, raising concerns about the impacts of the pandemic is having on HSR. This is a recommendation to be received and referred to consideration of item 6.2, financial impact of declining transit revenues. Item 4.7, two core pieces of correspondence in support for the SoBi Bike Share Program in Hamilton. 4.8, correspondence from 12 individuals respecting police violence and anti-Black racism, with a recommendation they be received and referred to the Hamilton Police Services Board. Item 4.9, correspondence from Neighbor to Neighbor, requesting that Hamilton City Council join the call to request emergency funding towards the operation of public transit in our city. There is one added consent item, item 5.1E, Bike Share Storage Plan. There is one added written delegation, 5.2A, written delegation from Mary Love respecting Enbridge, with a recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of 5.4F. There is one discussion item being withdrawn, that is 5.4E, statutory meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. There are two added notices of motion, 7.1, reconsideration of subsection AI of item 6.4 of the May 27th, 28th, 2020 council minutes respecting the interim continuation of the SoBi Bike Share program. 7.2, amendment to the composition of the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. There is one added private and confidential matter. 9.4, concerning Hamilton's Bike Share program. This is a legal update. There are two changes to the order of the items. The following items are to be dealt with when council rises from closed session. That is 5.4H, Mohawk College University College Transit Pass Agreement. And 7.1, reconsideration of the subsection AI of item 6.4 of the May 27th, 28th council minutes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whitehead, I see you waving. There
Mr.
is, so what technology are we using to get onto the speakers list? Anyone, please?
Yeah, the problem, here's what
One second, let me just clear that up so that we can use that, because it's a little hard trying to catch a wave when people want to speak. So what are we using, folks? Sorry? Right. E-scribe in the microphone section, there's a little hand that you can indicate. Is that microphone? Click. Oh, okay. All right. Let's use that, folks. Councillor Whitehead, thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, half the time that's shut down, and you can't use that mic thing. And I'm going to ask the clerk, because I've raised this before. There's times when you want to either do a point of order, or what I'm going to do about now is ask a couple of questions on the agenda that I can't ask because the format will not allow me to hit the microphone to ask the question. So I want to highlight that. The second piece is I did ask the last meeting, and someone's supposed to get back to us and how we resolve those issues. And number three, Mr. Mayor, I had asked 3 cycles ago, so probably about 4 weeks ago, for a report on our administration and the current status of our administration during the COVID. I was promised within 2 cycles we would have that report. Now we're into what, the 3rd or 4th cycle, and we still haven't seen the report, and there's no sign for it to come in at any time soon. So those are outstanding issues I hear from.
Okay, and we're not reporting on the last one. You can do that in members' statement questions in terms of the report. It's not on the agenda. It's not on the agenda. It's not on the, stop. It's not on the agenda at the moment. So we're looking at approval of the agenda as it's.
Yeah, but the approval of the agenda includes what's not on it. And the point is, I had asked for this 3 to 4 weeks ago.
Okay, and we understand that.
Why is it on the agenda?
Thank you. And I don't know why it isn't on the agenda. We'll ask our city manager to kind of answer that question and get an answer to you.
Fair enough.
Thank you. On the agenda itself, any comments or questions or alterations? A mover to approve the agenda, moved by Nan, seconded by Pearson. All in favor? Electronically, please. Hopefully working smoothly today. Hopefully. He said hopefully. Came up quickly, which is great. Councillor Whitehead?
Ask the question. How can I approve an agenda when I'm asking a question whether I'm going to support the agenda because I don't have an explanation on why this item isn't on the agenda?
Jeanette Smith is on the call. You can. She's heard your question. She will provide an answer in due time. We're on the approval of the agenda. You're either for it or against it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, to make informed decisions, you need the information. I'm asking for information on why a particular item that was promised to be on the agenda is not on the agenda, and you're suggesting that's something I can wait till when?
We'll ask our city manager to get back to you on that answer as soon as possible.
So we can't do it right now.
Correct. And did you vote?
No, I'm not voting because how do I vote on an agenda when I can't get an answer?
Okay, so we can consider that a negative vote then, or an abstain. Are you abstaining?
I was a negative vote because we have responsibility to inform council on decisions.
Great, thank you very much. On declarations of interest, I assume that was carried. Whitehead as a no vote. Thank you. Did you vote no, or did we indicate that as a no? Thank you. Any declarations of interest on the agenda itself? Conflicts, that is. Sorry? All right, do we see anyone? Okay, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead. I think.
Eric, I was just unmuted. No, my only concern is I don't know whether I have a conflict because the in-camera report on Uber is not on eScribe, and I don't know whether I will or won't. So if I have it, I'll declare it at the time once we hear the presentation.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Any others? Okay, thank you. We turn to the council minutes of May the 27th and 28th. Can I have a motion to approve those unless there's any concerns? Moved by Partridge, seconded by Clark. Any comments or questions? If not, all in favor, electronic vote on those.
Mr. Mayor?
Get on the speakers list. There's a process for doing that. Do you have objections to the minutes?
I get an answer. I don't have an answer anywhere.
No, you don't, and you won't have one right now. City manager heard your question. She's going to give you an answer in due time. We are going to turn to communications. Councillor Jackson, a motion on the communications, please. Well, that's in his hands, so you can record it any way you like, I suppose. On the communications. Councillor, please, a motion on the communications.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Thank you.
If we can't hear you, I will indicate by giving my
Yes.
hand wave sign.
Yes, I don't think I was on earlier, Mr. Mayor. That's all. Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Ward 5 Councillor Chad Collins, that the June 3rd, 2020 council communications be approved. And I believe it's as amended from 4.1 through to 4.9.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on any of those communications items? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On item 4.2, which is correspondence from Anthony Marco, Hamilton District Labor Council. I have to advise my council colleagues that I had spoken with Anthony and I had said to him, I was a little bit concerned about the city council using the terminology demand the funding from the feds. And we joked about it, the different language between different people advocating to the feds. But based on what is happening, I'm growing really concerned, Mr. Mayor, that the feds and the provinces are not going to come to an agreement to make municipalities whole. And I find it incredibly unfair given that they put the restrictions on the municipalities. They required us to do a number of these things that increased our costs, and yet we're not seeing movement to assist us. I know you've been advocating. I know the Lumco mayors have been advocating. So I just want to say to Anthony, maybe he was right. Demanding the funds might be appropriate, because I'm getting a little bit nervous that we're going to find ourselves at the end of the year with an empty bag on our lap and an awful lot of bills to pay that we don't have the money for. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And we certainly appreciate the support of all organizations out there in terms of our requests for assistance. So I think that from that perspective, it's a very positive opportunity for them to weigh in. And we ought to refer this to our MPs and MPPs, quite frankly, and to Prime Minister Trudeau and the Minister of Finance as communications that they should be aware of. Councillor Danko, on a different topic or the same?
Different topic. I wanted to highlight the letter from the Neighbor to Neighbor in Ward 8 regarding the importance of transit to low-income and vulnerable residents on the Hamilton Mountain. They raise a concern that cuts to transit would disproportionately impact the most vulnerable in our communities, in particular the people that use their services on the mountain. And they're asking for supports from the city and other mayors to call for emergency transit funding. And I know that's something that you have been in discussions with, as Councillor Clark in the previous discussion just touched on. And there was an announcement yesterday with some assistance for municipalities, but it's something that's weighing on the mind of many community organizations throughout the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Ned?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similarly, on the public transit operating funds, we've received many emails in through the Ward 3 office, very similar to the ones that we see today in our correspondences from riders as well as organizations and community-based groups that provide much needed support to our residents who are vulnerable and made marginalized. So is it possible for you, Mr. Mayor, to just outline again to our city the way in which you've been advocating for operational funding to help make our municipalities whole. There's clearly a sense in the city that folks want to make sure that that funding is going to come from our cities or come from higher levels of government for our cities. And I think the will around the community is what else do they need to do to help raise the concern and alarm bell. And then I have a comment on another correspondence as well. So just on that one, Mr. Mayor, please, if you
So,
could.
so on both of the last two, the advocacy has been done through FCM on one level, through big city mayors at another level, through Marco and Lumpco on the provincial level side, and through the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area mayors, all of whom have sent communiques and requests to both levels of government to sit down, have a conversation about assistance for municipalities, and that work continues. And we've encouraged all chambers of commerce, including labor organizations like the LIUNA and others that have all advocated for the very same thing, help and assistance for municipalities dealing with the financial burden we're currently facing. Yesterday, the federal government announced a $2.2 billion announcement on funding that, in fact, had already been allocated to municipalities, but is being advanced sooner rather than later, which is it's an assist, but certainly isn't a solution to the problem. And so we'll get that money in June as opposed to in November. It's already baked into the budgets for most municipalities, so this is not new money. And what we're looking for is assistance on transit, assistance on some of the costs that we're bearing in terms of homelessness and personal protective equipment, assistance on the lost revenues that we're experiencing due to all of our programs being shuttered that aren't generating any revenues, including transit. So all of that advocacy is ongoing. Today, actually right now, the Greater Toronto Hamilton mayors are meeting again to refer another communique to the federal and provincial governments, asking again for the very same assistance that will assist the recovery of the country, quite frankly. So if all municipalities are given the kind of resources that they're short now, then that certainly enhances the recovery of the entire country.
Thank you. And then in comment to the communications under 4.8, the series of letters there that are correspondences regarding police violence and anti-Black racism. I just wanted to say thank you to all the residents who've been writing in, but also to all of our Black neighbors here in Hamilton who are walking with a lot of pain and anguish, as well as trauma and exhaustion, while they're also leading the conversation right now. The heartache in our community right now is one that's shared. It isn't just about a fight against a police officer. It's not a fight against a police force. It's a fight against the dehumanizing and increased violence against specific and targeted individuals and people of the Black community and Indigenous community. So I just wanted to say that these correspondences rightfully raise important questions that every police force in every city around the world need to be looking at seriously. Data reveals here in Canada that Black and Indigenous people are more likely to be killed by police officers than those who are racialized as white. And I'm pleased to see that the correspondences that we've received of the council will be referred to the Police Services Board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. On items 4.2 and 4.6, appropriate to send it to all MPs, MPPs, Prime Minister and Premier for their information. I think that level of support and backup is going to be very important. We're okay with that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Meroula, I have you next after that. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I can't let 4.4 go by without some comments. It's a lovely letter from Hamilton Bike Share. And the interesting part for me, it actually shows that there is a source of $400,000 to reinstate the Sobe bikes. And it's clearly laid out in the funding section on the appendix of that letter, showing $400,000 in the sources. And I would encourage the mover of the reconsideration and the mover of the new motion to please include this appendix, which is the funding sources and where they come from, in his motion, because it's not there now when I look at when I look online under the eScribe for that section. So if the mover doesn't want to put it in, I'll move an amendment to move that appendice right into that resolution, which is the funding sources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meroula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, it is in there based on the motion that I have before me, and I'll read it accordingly at that time, but perhaps the clerk could send the actual item to Councillor Ferguson.
Okay,
Firstly.
there is an
Secondly,
updated motion, is there not?
there is-
Latest version has a lot of those elements built into it,
That's
as
correct.
I
And-
saw it.
and-
Yep.
And
Okay.
secondly, the reason for my request to speak wasn't on that issue. It was based on the
Yep.
provincial and federal government's inevitable bailout that's forthcoming to municipalities. I believe a few weeks back, and Mike concurred, the process in which they're unfolding their bailouts is obviously phased, and it's based on categories. Cities, and they're considering government institutions to be the last on the bailout list. So, which makes sense. So they're going to basically unfold and take care of everyone and leave all the government entities for last, but the bailout is inevitable. And and Mike concurred that that's the approach that we're taking about 5-6 weeks ago when I brought it up then. Thank you.
So the positive side of the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday, $2.2 billion, nothing to sneeze at, but still already a dedicated money was, and more to come, which I think is a key indicator, which I think gives us all some comfort that they're assessing what more needs to happen to make sure our city economies, remain whole, and that helps with the recovery going forward. Councillor Farr. So we're not hearing you for some reason. You might be off on your end. No, try again.
Can you hear me now?
Now we got you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. It was the, anyway, I just didn't want to let the correspondence from the Patrick J. McNally Foundation go by without acknowledging and thanking them exclusively at this section of the agenda for the philanthropic donation of $100K towards the item that we will be dealing with, Hamilton Bike Share, and so be a little later in the agenda. But Graham McNally of the Patrick J. McNally Charitable Foundation writes, it is their long-term hope and goal of preserving and enhancing an important community asset. And one of the things they highlight in this particular piece of correspondence, I think is important. I think it was touched on in the 3-hour debate of the 16-hour council meeting last week. I know it's not going to be not even close to that today. But he says, our pledge, however, does come with some recommendation for City Council's careful consideration. Our study of successful bike share programs across Canada and around the world clearly demonstrate that they demand a true partnership between local government, businesses, members, and of the community, and in order to succeed and be sustainable over the long haul. We're not dealing with that here today, but I'm glad that they took the time to point out not only how devoted they are to SOBI and how it meets the Patrick J. McNally Charitable Foundation terms of reference, goals, and objectives of bringing people to nature, but as well they see long-term how it works across the world, and are respectfully asking us to consider that for future, not necessarily today, but for future as we deal with bike share program here in the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again to the Patrick J. McNally Charitable Foundation.
Indeed, thank you. I had a great conversation with Graham McNally yesterday.
Good.
Indicated very much the same thing, and we do need to note that this is one-time funding on their part, not long-term funding. So they're very keen on seeing this operation continue, and they're prepared to put that $100,000 in, which is actually absolutely amazing. But it's not long-term sustainable funding on their part. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too wanted to acknowledge the McNally Foundation family funding. And I mean, we're all hopeful that there would be a movement throughout the city to secure the funding. And it's no surprise to me, actually, that the McNally Foundation is part of this. They're longtime residents of Flamborough. Patrick himself, he lived in Flamborough for 40 years and was so dedicated to anything right across our city, all movements to assist children and to encourage outside activity. So he would be very proud of his family carrying on his legacy. the work that they're doing with the foundation. So very, very, very proud. And again, this is a citywide initiative. You know, it's not any one ward, and I think that really speaks to the strength of that McNally Family Foundation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no further speakers. So with the adjustments on the communiques, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor on communications, please. I still think we need some voting music, but here we go. Carried 15-1. Thank you. Can I have a motion, Councillor Jackson, to move into committee of the whole, please? Go ahead. I can hear you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, moved by myself, seconded again by Ward 5 Councillor Chad Collins. The council now move into committee of the whole.
Thank you. All in favor? Electronic vote on that as well. Thank you. And on the consent items, we have items 5.1a, b, c, d, and e. Is there any discussion on any of those? If not, I will take a motion to approve the consent items. Councillor Ferguson, that a motion to approve? Yes, thank you. Councillor Danko, second? No? Speak? Thank you. Get a seconder on that, please, to get them on the table. Councillor Pearson, thank you. Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to reference 51C. And in the document, it references a proposed or pending public art installation at Confederation Park. And that's to be located at the new entrance to the park. And so I would ask staff, if they could at some point in time in the near future, to come back to committee with an update on the issues that we've had with the MTO as it relates to relocating the entrance to the top or bottom of Centennial, either way you want to look at it. And until such time as we receive approval from the MTO, we'll be unable to move the location of the park to that area. And by extension, as is referenced in the report, we won't be able to install the public art. So I'm hoping that staff can come back with an update to advise us as to what actions we need to take to get this project moving along if possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that's heard by staff. Councillor Danko?
I'm okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. On 5.1D, the COVID-19 Emergency Delegated Authority update, and just looking through the Appendix A, and I'm very pleased to see, and just to confirm from the city manager, I'm very pleased to see on pages 5 and 4, hundreds of thousands of dollars that through delegated authority were forwarded to various residential care facilities, 52 in general, to help with staffing, food, cleaning, and the protective personal equipment that was needed. I'm glad on page 5 to see that to help with transportation of clients between shelters, we have supported Blue Line Taxi that provides that valuable service. Glad to see some monies as well for Food for Kids, a great program for kids in need, and the Cancer Assistance Program, amongst a multitude, Mr. Mayor, of what the EOC has done with delegated authority. I'm very proud of them. And these are the community groups that are going to be the backbone of helping us from a social standpoint to get us through this awful time of the pandemic until there's light at the end of the tunnel. I just wanted to applaud them, and I'm supportive of the report. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we do all agree with that. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just point of clarification for item 5.1D, the COVID-19 Emergency Delegated Authority. So when I'm looking at the two reports, and the reports outline the funds that have come in from the province They've totaled about $9.1 million. The report only indicates that we've spent $5.9 million. So can someone elaborate on what's happening with the remaining funds?
Mike Sigarik?
My math
Yeah,
shows
Yep.
$2.2 million and $6.8 million.
Right.
And then we spent about 5.9 million. So
Yep.
we're shy about 3 million. I'm just curious what we're doing with that money.
Thank you. Mike?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, some of the funds that have been extended by the provincial government are commitments beyond the April term. And so those will go towards some COVID-related expenditures in May, June, recognizing those aren't necessarily agreements that extend us right through to the end of 2020. And that remains an outstanding issue as relates to municipalities and the provincial government. So again, some of those funds are pre-commitments that we will expend going forward, but I am highlighting the fact that we do need firm commitments from the provincial government, for instance, as it relates to public health right through to 2020.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pearson? Just a minute, you're not on yet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's on the same report. And I thank Councillor Jackson for just tweaking me because I made a note of it. Mike Sigarik on page 5 of 6 of the appendix, it says Blue Line Taxi has got, I'm not sure what this figure is, it's 1,000.00.00. Can you clarify? Is that $1,000 a month, $100,000 a month?
I can do that.
Jeanette, go ahead.
Whoever can. Thank you, Jeanette.
Yes, through the mayor. Yes, Councillor Pearson, I found that mistake this morning as well that was supposed to be corrected. So you'll see with Blue Line Taxi, Mika House and New Vision, it has a couple extra zeros in there. So it is $1,000. Similar for the other two, and that is being corrected online with the version. Thank you for your keen eye.
Thank you very much for clarification.
So it's not $1 million, it's $1,000.
It's not 100,000, it's 1,000.
It's 1,000.
Thank you.
We can all breathe. Thank you. Any comments? Yeah. Any other comments? Hearing none. So on the balance of the consent items, then it was moved and seconded. All in favor? Electronically. Councillor Nan?
Thank you. I had one more question. You moved for the balance of the discussion items, and I had a question regarding.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, you did mention that earlier, and we didn't catch that. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. On the discussion item, so if I'm correct, we're in item 5.4.
No, not yet. No, we're on consent.
Sorry, consent items. So
Yeah, consent
5.1E is inside of the consent items. My apologies. I'm looking at two different screens at the same time.
Right. Yeah.
The bike share storage. So just wanted clarification from staff that report would potentially be made redundant based on the decision that council has yet to make tonight or today.
Okay. Jeanette Smith, are you there? City Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can respond if you wish on yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, if council directs not to move the bikes into storage, then yes, we would not require that storage facility.
Thank you.
Okay, so did we get the vote on the consent?
Yes.
Okay. Again then, one more time. You got it? Okay. All right, thank you. We are item 5.2, which is written delegations from Mary Love respecting the Enbridge proposal. The motion here is to receive. Any comments or questions on it? Councillor, comments or motion to receive? Councillor Partridge? Yep, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any other comments? If not, all in favor or opposed? Are we good? Councillor Whitehead, you're voting? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you. There are no staff presentations, so we're at item 5.4, Art in Public Places Policy. The report's before you. Any comments or questions on the report itself? Councillor Farr, you want to move it? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nand. Thank you. And any comments or questions? If not, we'll go right to the vote. Electronic. So, Collins? Thank you. Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks. I was just going to ask what changes from the current scenario. Are there any financial implications with this one, or is it minor modifications? I couldn't glean from the report exactly what we were approving in terms of policy change. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Who on staff here wants to address that? Carrie Brooks Joyner or Jason? Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ken Coit is on the line and he could probably speak to that.
Great, thank you. Ken, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no changes to the way that we would be starting or funding public art through this. This is just providing a number of different scenarios by which we can commission art more quickly and smaller and better and cheaper ways. So hopefully this is just adding flexibility to the process. Any funding requirements will go through our typical process back to council before we started a project.
Perfect. Thanks. No, thanks for that information. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken. No further questions, so we're going to go to an electronic vote on that. Thank you. All in favor? It was moved and sorry. Okay. Thank you. Not at all. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5 is the Metrolink Transit Procurement Initiative participation. The report's before you on that as well. Any comments or questions on it? A mover and a seconder on the motion. Moved by Danko, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Not so far. Okay. All in favor? Nope. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Who's here from Transit to answer the question today? So Debbie on?
Debbie Veladove, you should
or
be
Jason,
or someone from Transit. Dan McKinnon. Dan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Debbie and her team are here today to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And my only question, Mr. Mayor, is I'm trying to understand the financing there. It's showing in the report that there has been a significant spike in the cost of buses over the last 3 years, I believe it was. I'm just trying to scan the report again. And so if we've seen a lot of enterprises spike, whether it's garbage collection or the MRF or insurance and so on. If we go to the Metrolinx group buying and the price comes in significantly higher, can we opt out at that time?
Debbie?
Who, me?
You have to send it to me. They're not.
Okay, who've we got? So Dan, do you want to maybe begin while we're waiting for
Yeah, through you,
to yep.
through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the short answer is I believe we can opt out. We're not committed to this. If indeed we endeavor to procure buses, I can get Mark Selkirk is here. He can expand on that.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is an opt-out or a cooling off period after the prices have been submitted and the successful proponent has been acknowledged. We do have a 5-day opting out period, but there are minor changes that happen after that. You're not able to, if you decide to opt out, you can go with your own RFP publicly, but you cannot use that vendor who was the winning vendor after you opt out for up to 1 year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and how many buses are you going for, Mark? Because I sense that you're looking to opt in and go through Metrolinx, correct?
That's the direction of the motion, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm it with Mark.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be correct. The number of buses based on what we know right now is 73 replacement buses over the next few years. And then looking at expansion buses, we kind of have to determine what our expansion will look like based on the world we live in right now.
Okay, and your report says that there's only 2 suppliers, New Flyer and Nova. Is that still correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is still correct.
Okay, because it says here we've seen as much as a 25% higher than previous contracts. We seem to be bumping into this a lot. We saw it with the garbage collection where there was only 2 bidders, and now there's only 2 bidders here. Does that concern you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the escalation in price always concerns me. The expense of the bus over one contract to the next contract did escalate by a great amount. I'm not certain what we're going to see on this round. If we went out on an RFP on our own, that would not suggest that we would get a better price as opposed to going through Metrolinx and using the economies of scale. It's a very difficult question right now. Don't know if it's going to go up.
Okay, I like the fact that you can opt out. So if we see it, we can still opt out. There's 2 reasons why we may opt out. One is they shove the price up just like other vendors are doing to us right now. And we're staring down a very significant impact to our 2021 budget. And the second reason is we don't know what the ridership is going to be like post-pandemic and whether there's still going to be the need for this many buses. So when would the bid close? When would Metrolinx bid close?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was online with Metrolinx yesterday, and they're looking at closing the bid or having the RFP out and having it closed sometime around November of this year.
Okay, good. So that gives us some time then to see what the impacts of the coronavirus is going to be. Okay, thanks, Mark.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
So can I get some clarification in terms of what binds the city of Hamilton to the Metrolinx Transit Procurement Initiative participation? So if we don't participate, what do we lose out on?
Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we don't participate, we essentially lose out on some of the benefits that come with being part of the Metrolinx procurement group. And then that puts us in a position where we would have to go out to market on our own and see what the market will report back to us with pricing on our buses. We are kind of unique in Ontario using CNG buses, so it does put us in a somewhat different position than most transit authorities.
Okay, so HSR used to be large enough to purchase their own buses and run their own RFPs. I'm assuming we still are in terms of the number of large urban municipalities that are capable of doing that. Do we have a list of how many large municipalities are participating in this procurement initiative? Because I'm told that some of them are begging off and doing it on their own. Do we know anything about that?
Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. There are, like Ottawa Transpo, OC Transpo is one of the groups that are on there. But I will say that the number of groups, within the number of groups that are left, we are probably the second largest in that consortium.
So I guess here's my frustration, and I was the one that asked for this report. And I asked for this report because I heard from staff that the cost of the buses actually went up 30%. This report shows 25%. So I'm trying to understand where the savings are in participating in Metrolinx transit procurement program when the costs have gone up so dramatically.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cost for us through the Metrolinx TPI program did go up dramatically, but it also went up when we put out a policy 11 to buy buses. So the 60-foot natural gas buses that we bought outside of the Metrolinx contract, the increase in price for those was very consistent with that of the buses that we bought through the Metrolinx TPI contract. Other municipalities are also suffering from a large increase in the price of a 40-foot bus. Ours is somewhat slightly different in that the original TPI contract was based on the low bid price for a 40-foot diesel bus. And we obviously don't buy 40-foot diesel buses right now. We buy 40-foot natural gas buses. The upcoming contract allows for a split of the award between potentially 2 different vendors based on the low price for the propulsion of the vehicle, one being diesel, the second being natural gas, and potentially the third for other municipalities would be diesel hybrid. So there is the potential to see a better price this time around based on the different pricing for the propulsion systems on the bus.
Councilor Clark?
I guess my frustration is that we were told that it was going to save us money and it hasn't saved us money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the 2014 to 2017 contract, we did procure 97 buses, and we did manage to get an extension and save, approximately $3 million between those two contracts. Going out on our own or producing our own RFP, publishing our own RFP, may not provide any additional savings based on the Metrolinx contract, because when we go out for our own RFP, we have to include some of the extras that come along with it, which are extended warranties and some of the other things that come along through the Metrolinx TPI group.
Thank you.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, this is more rhetorical now. My frustration is that we were told to get into this procurement initiative with Metrolinx because it was going to save us money, because they were going to pool all of these bus orders together, and the larger economy of sales would save us a significant amount of money. And yet we've seen a 25% increase in the cost of bus purchases. So I'm a little bit dubious about the process. And I'm frustrated that we can only seem to find two vendors who are willing to participate in this procurement process. So I'm still a little bit nervous about where this is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for my benefit, Mark, I mean, how many vendors are actually out there? I thought we were basically down to two vendors that are able to provide the kind of vehicles that we're actually looking for. Are there more vendors available?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, right now at this point in time, to get a 40-foot transit vehicle, there are only two vendors that produce the natural gas and diesel vehicles within Canada. And those are the two vendors that bid substantially on the Metrolinx contract. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Second time, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I too am disappointed, but I'm not pointing the finger at the Metrolinx procurement process. We've got the same problem everywhere. One bidder for the MRF, one bidder for insurance, 1.5 bidders for the garbage collection, two bidders here. We got a competition problem. And with all these mergers and acquisitions coming on, it's going to cost us a lot of money because they're going to shove the prices up. So we're going to have to deal with this procurement on a global basis, not all these one-offs, because I think the marketplace is taking advantage of us. That's my only comment, but I will support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Hang on. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor and Manager Selkirk. Thanks for your 30+ years of experience and expertise you bring to the table, especially when it comes to the knowledge of all the different types of buses out there. Mark, just refresh my memory, and for any of my constituents that are listening in, what's our current fleet? Is it about 300, Mr. Mayor, through you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current fleet is 267 buses.
Okay, and what's the breakdown, Mark, roughly between CNG, diesel, electric, hybrid? Have you got a rough breakdown, please, Mr. Mayor, through you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 51% CNG right now. The rest of the fleet made up of diesel and about 20 diesel hybrid buses.
Okay, and Mark, you probably, in all your wonderful years of experience, you and I would never have thought that we'd be going through this type of worldwide crisis and pandemic. What do you, putting your best professional projections on this procurement, and especially with 30, 40, or 60-foot buses, what's your best guess, Mark, as we're still through COVID and come out in post-COVID in terms of we want to get back to increased ridership, but we've got to do it safely, still probably social distancing for an indefinite period of time. Any immediate thought and comment, Mark, as to you want to purchase more 30s? Nope, you rather purchase more 60s, keeping in mind the COVID that's overwhelming us at this time. Mr. Mayor, through you.
Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a very good diversified fleet right now with a number of 60-foot buses, a number of 40-foot buses, and a certain number of 30-foot buses. looking at what the future is, I guess public health is probably a better litmus test on what capacity we'll need to put service out on the road with the amount of social distancing required over the next couple of years. But I think we've done a very good job in diversifying the size of our fleet to be able to handle the different passenger loads in different areas.
Thanks, Manager Selkirk. Mr. Mayor, I'm supportive of the report as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm just wondering, and again, this is the same theme that we've heard from the past few speakers, but with, you know, COVID, we certainly are not seeing the ridership that we were before COVID. And I'm just, you know, this contract is for 2020 to 2024. But how many buses do you think we're actually going to need to purchase? I mean, how many right now are in the maintenance yard? Are there any that are out of service? We've got 250 plus buses. You know, I'm just concerned that if it takes us 2 years to get back on track and we only need half our fleet, where does that leave us? Do we really need to purchase a significant amount of buses in the next 4 years?
Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, trying to determine fleet size over the next few years is going to be a bit of a challenge. What we've put in the report were the buses that are due for replacement based on our 12-year life cycle. The growth or shrinkage of the fleet is beyond my purview.
Sorry,
Mayor, if I can jump in on that question. So the question will be whether or not we are buying buses to replace existing buses in the fleet, or if we'll be buying expansion buses. And we do have a report coming to Public Works Committee on the 17th to talk about the 10-year local transit strategy and what we feel the forecast is for that right now. So we'll have more information in front of you on the 17th with respect to kind of early signs of where we think we're headed with transit.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you. And I mean, now that I've heard that, I'm wondering if we should just defer the decision on this report. If we're going to be getting this information on June the 17th, are we not a little bit premature to vote on this right now, Dan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that you continue with the approval on this. The procurement is going to move forward on its own pace, and so we don't want to lose our opportunity to actually take part in it. Remembering that if we do get to a point where we're going to make some key decisions that would affect the procurement of buses, we could still step out of this procurement at that time. And I'll confirm with Mark, but if we take part in the procurement and then we choose not to buy any buses, I think that's still a decision that we can make.
But realistically,
that is correct.
Thank you. But realistically, Dan, I mean, it's June the 3rd now, and we're talking about a report coming back on the 17th. That's not a very long time frame. Do we have to make the decision today? I mean, what happens if we don't make it today and we make it on the 17th?
So Dan, do you want to clarify what the information report actually says? There's no direction.
Well,
there's no direction to ask for. Hang on a second. There's no direction to ask for in the report. So Dan, would
there is a recommendation.
1 second, Dan.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So this was in response to the request from Councillor Clark about an analysis on the previous procurement. The next report does have a recommendation to take part in the next procurement. But regardless, it would still be our recommendation to continue because regardless of whether we're going to buy expansion buses consistent with a 10-year local transit strategy or not, over the next couple of years, we would have to replace existing buses.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Okay, thank you. But the other thing we don't know is where the the whole provincial $1 billion investment into transit for higher order transit. We don't know where that's going to be. I suspect we're going to certainly hear something within the next 6 to 8 months, but that could very well impact the number of buses that we actually need, as well as the reduced ridership.
Okay, so
Comments on that, Dan?
So that's a discussion that comes in the next report in terms of providing direction as to whether or not we go and participate in the procurement process. So I just want to finish this report, which is an information report about the status of the procurement system. And the next report speaks to actually giving direction in terms of whether we do or we don't.
On the 17th. That report's coming on the 17th. Is that
No,
correct?
the report's here right now. The next report is Metrolinx Transit Procurement Initiative.
Right.
Direction to go participate in the program. That's the recommendation in the next report.
Thank you.
Thank you. So again, is it about this report, the information report, or the next report, which is the procurement report? Councillor Wilson.
No, thank you for your comments, and thanks to Dan. I didn't anticipate that was going to be a discussion about transit strategy. And in fact, I would argue our ridership is down because we've been asking people not to ride, and we're practicing physical distancing. If anything, we'll probably need more buses, but I'll put my comments forward in the next report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Simply going to move receipt of 5.4 point B.
Right. I think we already had a motion on that, but I do appreciate that. So on that note, late arrival, Councillor Whitehead, go ahead.
Not a late arrival, but certainly the last inquiry raises a comment, and that is that most experts are suggesting it'll be a long time before you see a full recovery because of until a vaccine for sure, because of the concerns of COVID-19. So to suggest that I'm confident that we will need more buses, I think it's a bit premature until we understand the impacts now and into the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on the information report, which is 5.4B, all in favor of receiving that report? Thank you. And then on 5.4C is the actual direction, recommendation to participate. Comments and questions on it. We did have a mover and a second earlier. Is there a mover or a second to get this on the floor? Moved by Danko, seconded by Nan. Any comments or questions on it? Seeing none, thank you. Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you. So can I just get some clarification from our staff then? We're agreeing to participate, if we support this recommendation, to participate in the Metrolinx Transit Initiative program, the procurement program. But the RFP doesn't close with Metrolinx until November is what I heard. And will there be a report back to council with regards to our needs for the number of buses based on the current situation that we're experiencing with COVID before then? Or is this our only chance to talk about it?
Ed?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I expect that we're going to be in front of council a number of times between now and November. So I think there'll be ample opportunity to make sure that there's an ongoing conversation about where we're headed and whether or not we're going to take part in the procurement.
And so to be clear, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing is voting in favor of 5.4 point C, voting in favor of it, is not the final decision in terms of participating in any procurements down the road. There's going to be a number of meetings prior to us making that final determination. Did I hear that correct, Dan?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and actually I can commit to once the procurement has closed and we know what the prices are, we could report back to council with an information update or an information report just to make council aware of the outcome of the procurement, if you like.
So, and the only reason I'm raising it, Mr. Mayor, is I understand that there's some anxiety about our transit fleet, about the number of riders that we have, when it's going to come back to full service, et cetera, et cetera. I would prefer not to see us delay the decision on 5.4C pending other reports when we can move forward with this item now today and still get those reports and still control our ultimate procurement. And that's what I heard Mr. McKinnon say. So I'm fine with supporting this going forward today because we're still going to get additional information. We'll still be able to make a decision in terms of the numbers of buses that we truly need as we move forward. So I appreciate the staff's time on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I too will support this. Why not find out what the Metrolinx procurement can do for us? I heard Mark say earlier in the last presentation that they can opt out up to a short period of time after the bids close when we know the price, which is after the end of November, and we'll have a lot more information by then. So I'm fully supportive.
Mark, you confirm that one more time for everybody? Mark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. You have a 5-day opting out or cooling off period.
Thank you. All right, thank you. No further speakers on that. We have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. All in favor? And any opposed? Almost there. There we go. Thank you. That was unanimous. Turn to item 54D, Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program for 15 Queen Street South. Any comments or questions on it? A mover to put it on the floor, moved by Farr, seconded by, I'll take a wave, Councillor Pauls, thank you. And any comments or questions on it? No? All in favor? Thank you. Votes coming up. And that's unanimous as well. Turning to 54F, Enbridge Gas Inc., City of Hamilton Natural Gas Expansion Projects for submission to the Ontario Energy Board and Ministry of Energy Natural Gas Expansion Program, a Ward 11 and 12 initiative. Any questions, a mover on that or to get it on the floor? Okay, thank you. I see Brenda Johnson indicating to speak. I imagine there'll be others. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Wilson. So I'm not sure who hit first. So you want to let me know? I saw Councillor Johnson, right out of the gate. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Johnson, and then we'll get to Councillors Wilson and Pearson. Councillor Johnson. Did we get a mover and seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by Johnson, seconded by Pauls. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because it's in Ward 11 as well. I received a few letters and I just wanted to address them while we were looking at this report. And one of the letters, in fact, most of the letters said that they were not on board for Enbridge building another pipeline. And I think there needs to be some clarity here. So if I look at the attachment, or if I look at the, is Guy Paparella or Alvin Chan online so I can ask him questions, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, I'm online and available.
Thank you, Alvin. So Alvin, this is not for Enbridge to build a huge pipeline, the one that they're proposing to realign in Ward 11. This is just to service the airport lands and the Red Hill Industrial Park.
Through the mayor to the councillor, for clarification, there is no actual application for any pipelines.
Right.
The application before you is for support to secure funding for the potential servicing of these underserviced or non-service areas, being the rural settlement areas and the 2 business parks identified.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I forgot about the rural settlements as well. So just to clarify for my residents in Binbrook and in Mount Hope, this is just to serve the for Ward 11. It's to serve the airport lands, which is why Ward 12 is involved in this. as well, and also the Red Hill Industrial Park and some of the rural settlements. So no different than when a development comes in for 150 houses into Binbrook, and it needs to extend that gas line over to them to provide natural gas to their homes. Anyways, I just wanted to put that out there to address those letters that were written to me. Thank you very much, Alvin. Good to see you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I just have some process questions, and thanks to Alvin for being available through the mayor to Alvin. Just, it says under financial implications, should the projects be selected and a preferred option and route identified, the city will conduct a more detailed analysis to determine if a financial contribution by the city is supportable. Could you just help me understand, is that what we do, or is that what we have done in the past? It's part of my
Through the
education.
mayor, yes, through the mayor to the councillor, in the previous programs, one of the requirements was identification of whether or not financial support is available from the city along with the grant that they're applying for. In terms of this round, we've been advised that that is not required for this particular application. With respect to the information required to conduct that survey, due to the limited timelines, we don't have that information available. And based on the route being chosen and the households being affected, we could do a more thorough, detailed analysis of that time. Whether or not the city wishes to propose any financial support, there is no obligation for the city to do so.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Just on that point that you've made through you to the mayor, on page 4, then when it says it is requested, accordingly, it is requested that the city be provided sufficient time to review any subsequent proposals upon identification by the ministry and or the application to the OEB. Could you enlighten me how and when is that kind of review done, and what criteria does the city get to apply in the review?
Of course. So through the mayor to the councillor, the current proposal is just for the securement of funding.
Yes.
Once the funding is secured, Enbridge will be exploring the various routes and options. I'm sure the city would be contacted in terms of participating in developing those routes and options. But at the end of the day, whatever option they do elect would be subject to a future OEB application, just like the Don Parkway expansion that the Councillor Johnson referenced. So it would have its own application at that time, which is a public process, and would avail staff again to submit any comments, conditions, and requirements. And it will be reviewed against all policies of the city, climate change included.
Okay, thank you. On page 5, it says, furthermore, as part of this review, staff requests sufficient time to also evaluate partnering with respect to the timing of project construction in order to leverage other municipal works occurring along the same corridor. Could you explain to me what that latter part means, please?
Of course. Through the mayor to the councillor, it's a standard statement we make. Obviously, there are a variety of capital projects that the city is engaged in undertaking. If there are synergies to be had, i.e. should Enbridge be proposing works within the same corridor as a capital work from the city's capital projects, then we would seek to try to leverage them in terms of closing the street only at one time or things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Again, further in Appendix B on natural heritage concerns, water protection concerns, cultural and built heritage concerns, municipal infrastructure concerns, and emergency response, I think it said the city requests the opportunity under any project to review and comment on any proposed options and or routes and potential conditions of approval. So I think you've just spoken about that there is a public process under the OEB in which
participants or interested participants can comment on the routes. I'm just trying to understand the relationship. We're going to, Enbridge is seeking us to approve their application. They take that application and then they submit it as part of a package in which to receive provincial funding. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to
Mayor?
the councillor. So yes, they're asking for endorsement of applying for funding for the servicing of these areas.
But then the subsequent part is we have supported their application for funding, and then there's a different process in which we try to influence where those pipelines go. Is that correct?
Okay, Alvin, that's 5 minutes, Councillor. So Alvin, go ahead and answer that question.
Through the councillor, or sorry, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, there will be a separate process to determine the actual physical undertakings, which staff would have an opportunity to review. As I mentioned, I would also suspect that Enbridge will engage us in consultation to determine those routes to begin with prior to application to the OEB and the public process.
I just have one final question then, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The lifespan, what is the lifespan of natural gas pipelines? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Alvin.
Through the mayor to the councillor, unfortunately, I'm not an expert in that field and unfortunately cannot comment on that.
And I'm sure someone can endeavor to get an answer for you. I think it's,
of course, we
I
can
imagine
inquire with them.
it's in many, many decades.
I'll cede the floor to another question.
Thank
Another
you. Okay.
councillor.
Much appreciated. Thank you. Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you. My mic's not, is it on? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Alvin. So I just want to reiterate, because I too, like Councillor Johnson, received a number of emails from residents locally and across the city expressing concern with our support for this as an extension of a pipeline. So I just want to be sure that this is a gas line, and this is, we're only supporting them applying for funding right now, but even if they did get funding, this is for to expand and facilitate existing and future development, most importantly for the city of Hamilton with the airport employment growth district and the Red Hill business parks. I can't speak to Councillor Partridge's in the rural area or Councillor Vanderbeek as far as the settlement areas, but this is just to address future expansion, and these are areas that have come into the urban boundaries, correct?
Alvin?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. It's to provide services for potential expansion in the business parks and for the rural settlement area houses.
Thank you. I didn't mean to prolong it, but I think it needed to be said again so residents understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Alvin, thank you for this report. I know you reached out to me before when you were preparing it, and we're all very excited about the expansion into the rural settlement areas. I don't know whether Councillor Vanderbeek wants to talk about her area, but certainly Sheffield and Alberton look forward to this. Why should the rural people have to pay extensive extra to heat their house with propane or oil or geothermal if natural gas is available? And the corn dryers do in the rural settlement areas do consume a lot of energy to dry the corn. So I really look forward to this. So my only question to you, Alvin, is on page 6. It talks about the capital costs will be spread over the people that hook up over 40 years. Do you have a feel for what the premium rural settlement people will be paying for this capital cost over and above what a typical residential area would pay?
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we did try and inquire about this with Enbridge Gas. Unfortunately, until they actually know the undertakings necessary to provide said service to those areas, it's very difficult for them to gauge a actual monetary value. Their explanation to the city is that over the long run of that 40-year time span, the savings of, even with the surcharge, is significant in comparison, as you mentioned, to maintaining oil or propane as the energy sources.
Okay, so you can't even give me a guess, Alvin. If you can't, I respect that. And I'm sure we'll see it in future reports when this comes back. But I even the opponents of this, surely they must understand that everyone should have the right to be able to use clean, efficient natural gas to heat their homes rather than oil or propane. So I'm not sure why the long list of appellants opposing this, but I certainly support it and look forward to it coming to fruition. So thank you, Alvin.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And similar to the previous speaker, you know, the rural community is very excited about the proposed plans to bring natural gas into their communities. Some of us out in the rural areas do have it, but it is enormously expensive for people to heat their houses, and especially the agribusinesses. We have massive agribusinesses out there that you know, they don't have natural gas, and so their costs are extremely high. My question for Alvin, I seem to remember 2-3 years ago, maybe even 4 years ago, you and I were working on a similar expansion plan, and this is a request for funding only. So they're looking for a letter of support from the city to secure some funding. But Alvin, didn't we look at this specifically for the Sheffield area at the time? Union Gas was interested in expanding into that area.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that is correct. In 2017, Enbridge did approach us with respect to expanding into the Sheffield area under a similar provincial program. The conclusion was to support that. Unfortunately, the ministry did not pick that particular project for funding that particular year. But we wish to put forward Sheffield again this year for its consideration.
Yes, and thank you, Alvin, because you know when we brought it to council, it was unanimously supported, and again, it is just to give our support for a funding application. This is not an application to expand the actual infrastructure of Union Gas. This is simply a support letter for them to be able to apply for funding. They may or may not get picked. But certainly, I will tell you that the rural community deserves to be treated fairly, and right now they're not being treated fairly when it comes to something as basic as heating your home and running your business, especially for large agribusinesses which have 100,000 square foot of manufacturing space is enormously expensive. So I support this 100%, and I do ask my colleagues to please remember, and for the folks that wrote in letters, and we thank you for those letters. We always thank you for engaging with us. But let's get the facts straight. It is not an application to expand the system, the infrastructure for Union Gas or any other pipeline. It is a request for the City of Hamilton to provide a letter of support for the funding. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
So can I just quickly clarify this particular recommendation has absolutely nothing to do with the Ontario Energy Board hearing where the City of Hamilton has taken previous positions about intervener funding or intervener status.
Thank you. Alvin.
Through the mayor to the councillor, that is correct. They are two separate hearing matters and are to be reviewed independently on their own merits before the OEB.
Thank you. And this particular file that is before us is under the province's natural gas expansion project program, if you want to call it that. And their requirement is that the local municipality support the application for the grant and indicate whether or not the local municipality has the wherewithal to financially contribute. Is that correct?
Alvin?
Through the mayor to the councillor, pretty much it's correct. The only caveat this time around compared to the previous years is the financial support is not actually required to be identified this time around, but it is something we consider given previous experiences.
So this time around, they're not asking for money up front like they did in the past.
It is not necessary for this particular application like it was in the past, but I suspect they will be trying to seek further funding once, if their project is selected.
So to be clear, there's $130 million in ratepayer funds available from the province to help construct the pipelines to feed into these settlements. So they come off of propane, they come off of wood burning, they come off of oil, and they go on natural gas. And there's no financial contribution from the municipality being required. And it has no impact on our positions on the OEB hearing that we've taken with regards to intervener and our neutral position on that as that process is going through that hearing application. So this is a separate project altogether that we can say yes to, and then it moves on to the province. They'll consider it, and if they come back, they'll pay for the pipes for these small settlement areas. Is that correct?
Mr. Chan, there was a lot there, actually. Took them all off. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Through the mayor to the councillor, with respect to the funding, yes, there's 130 million in funding available. If the project is selected, I believe they will receive a share of that funding. Whether or not that funding covers the full cost of the undertakings required, I cannot comment on that. Again, Enbridge has not at this time determined the specific undertakings required to service those areas. They may be new pipelines, as you mentioned. They could be facility upgrades, so not actual pipelines. But until they've undertaken that exercise, I don't think it's easy to quantify whether or not the funding would cover the full cost. As mentioned in the report, typically there is a surcharge placed on the residents for a 40-year period. As explained earlier, over the long term, it is expected that the savings of switching to natural gas for home heating versus the current use of oil or propane is a saving to the resident. So there will be a charge to the resident. And yes, you are correct, there is no financial contribution required from the city unless it chooses to do so.
And the last question, Mr. Mayor, should we say no to this, then it's the project is dead for these small settlement areas like Rockton, Sheffield, Westover, and Alberton. They won't see natural gas because if there's no endorsement from the municipality, the grant doesn't go forward.
Chan?
So through the mayor to the councillor, yes, if we do not support the proposal, there would be no funding supplied. With respect to the rural settlement areas, you're correct. It'd be a more difficult financial cost analysis that the provider would have to undertake to determine whether or not it's feasible to provide that service to those settlement areas without the funding.
I appreciate that clarification, and I hope my colleagues understand there is a hearing that is continuing, but this is separate, and we really need to pay attention to the kind of services that we're providing to these small settlement areas. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you. First of all, I just would like to note that the report doesn't mention Ward 13. I don't know, just so you know. The question I have through you, Mr. Mayor, to Alvin, is the charge for the upgrade to the residents if the project goes forward. My understanding is that it's not to all residents in the rural area, the rural settlement area. It's only to the residents that hook up. Is that correct?
Chan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is my understanding. Yes, it would be based on uptake of the program service.
And if someone thank you, Alvin. And so through you, Mr. Mayor, if someone in the rural settlement area did not choose to hook up to the natural gas, then they would have no impact. It would have no impact on them.
Through the mayor to the councillor, they would continue heating their home with whatever energy source they're currently using or any new sources they desire as the consumer.
Thank you, Alvin. And the rest of my questions have already been answered. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I see no further speakers on this. I did have a motion to approve, moved and seconded, so we're going to go to a vote. All in favor? Or opposed? Or abstaining? There are no other options. And that's carried. Thank you. But I'm going to turn to the appropriation transfer of funds for Claremont Access Road resurfacing and multi-use kiddie trail construction. Wards 2, 3, 7, and 8. Councillor Danko, can I get a motion to put this on the floor, please? Moved by Danko, seconded by Nan. Thank you. Or Whitehead, or you guys fight it out. Thank you. And Councillor Danko, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I was really excited to see this on the agenda for today. This is something that started long before I was elected to the Ward 8 office, but I know I've been getting a lot of calls and emails about when this is actually going to proceed. I didn't know Jay Keddy well, but I did know him a little bit. He was involved in my wife's campaign for the school board. He was a campaign volunteer back in 2014. And I remember him as a very genuine person with a passion for education and helping people. And I do remember back to hearing that a cyclist was killed by a driver on the Claremont Access. And then, of course, that's a tragedy no matter who it is. But hearing that it was Jay Keddy, you know, he's just riding his bike home from work. It really hit home. So I'm really glad that we now have this opportunity to, in a very fitting way, to honor his memory. I just have a couple questions for staff. I was wondering if maybe they could just briefly go over the scope of this project, because this is we talk about it as transformative and a signature project. So I think it'd be good just to get a brief overview of the scope.
Okay, thank you. Who's here? That Brian? Go ahead, Brian Hollingsworth.
Brian Hollingworth here. Through the mayor to Councillor Danko. Yeah, this is a very significant project. It's been in the works since the idea was conceived in 2016. The tender, which we're asking for approval to award today, is for both a road resurfacing project, which was planned. That's for the upbound lanes, as well as the multi-use path. It's about a $5.8 million combined project for the road and cycling component. The multi-use path consists of a bidirectional path on the west side of the escarpment, going adjacent to the upbound lanes. It's separated from traffic by a concrete barrier, a continuous pour concrete barrier that's about 0.8 meters high, with an aluminum railing on top of it to ensure that the cyclists are well protected from traffic. The project did include a road safety review, which is included as an attachment to the appendix. So we considered all of the safety aspects very carefully, given the slope of this project. So really, the purpose of this report is to A, ask for approval to award the tender, and B, approve the appropriations from the various budgets as outlined in the appendices. And I have Manager Steve Malloy on the phone if there's any detailed questions about budget or other aspects of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, just on the funding component, a portion of this is provincially funded through a grant, and I understand there's a timing requirement to that we need to get this out to construction and proceeding in order to make sure that we realize that grant. Can you just go over that real quick?
Yeah, that's correct. This is one of the largest projects in the Ontario Municipal Cycling Program, which is, we received funding for those projects back in 2018. This project, the province will be contributing about $2.4 million towards it, which is approximately 80% funding for the cycling component. If this project does not proceed, and as mentioned, the tender has closed, so it's ready to start construction. But if it's not completed by the end of December, we could potentially have to repay those funds. And we really don't have another $2+ million projects to flip over and design instantaneously. So it would be a significant loss for the city.
Councilor Danko.
Thank you. So those are all the questions I have on the report. I'm just going to close with a few comments here, if I could. So overall, this is a brand new recreational facility that that's going to connect the mountain to the lower city. It's designed as a signature public space investment, and it's going to bring new opportunities for walking and jogging and biking and walking your dog and walking your kids.
Walking
And
yourself?
yeah, exactly. Provide a sense of community to all of our residents in a new area where they can relax and see the views of the escarpment. And I think now more than ever, we're realizing how important it is to invest in our public spaces. And it's really exciting that the overall vision for this project is to become a major active transportation corridor and really a showpiece for the city of Hamilton. And we're really lucky that we can do something like this with a setting that's quite as dramatic as along the brow on the escarpment.
So I'm going to ask you to wrap up because you're at 5 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
I was just going to point out that it's also a major part of the escarpment Mountain Brow Trail, which serves all of the mountain residents. And it also includes badly needed road work on the Claremont access and the bridge, it's really one of those projects where we're able to combine all road users, whether they're drivers or trucks or whatever, and active transportation in one project. And also, lastly, I just want to recognize this was, like I said, was initiated long before I was elected. So it was the previous council that had initiated this project, had initiated the naming of the trail after Jay Ketty. So I want to recognize that all that work that was done previously and the vision and the foresight, and in particular, Councillor Whitehead's work on this project as the previous Ward 8 councillor. So I wanted to acknowledge that, and I really hope that this passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think to reflect that acknowledgement, I think Councillor Whitehead should second it because he was a champion for that effort and work. So Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Nan, you're okay with that? Thank you. Speakers list is Councillors Marula, Ferguson, Pauls, Collins, Whitehead. Councillor Marula. Sorry, can't hear you. Nope.
Oh, my
There you
bad, sorry.
go. Yes.
I'd like
leave,
to
leave that one on. We'll turn you off and on.
Okay, you actually do that quite well. Off more so than on.
I don't know what that means, but I'll go with it.
Politically, that's speaking. Having said that, I just want to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Danko on this particular issue, but also, and I'm glad that it was mentioned, Councillor Whitehead did champion the project, and we need to applaud his efforts, as well as Councillor Farr. But more importantly, I think Jay Ketty has a pretty significant legacy outside of only education. As a result of this discussion, if those of you remember that were on council, we were discussing this issue and trying to find money at the time. It was unanimously supported, but at the time I actually brought an idea to my mind with respect to the mountain climber program. So really, we should be giving Jay Ketty applause for that as well, because as a result of this discussion, and when I thought of that idea, then I forwarded it over to Councillor Farr as a result of the I guess the consistency of the discussion between wards 8 and 2, and so Jay Ketty is also responsible in his legacy over and above his education efforts and this trail, but also the mountain climber program, which I was very proud to bring forward and have the support of council. Over and above that,
you might want to, for the benefit of people listening, explain what the mountain climber program is.
Oh, my apologies. Mountain climber program is for any cyclist that wants to go on up the escarpment onto the mountain. They can do so free of charge by utilizing the apparatus for your bike and then accessing public transit for free to allow you to go up on the mountain. So that is something that I'm very proud of, and I know the council at the time was very proud of. And if I'm not mistaken, we received some national applause for that effort in the cycling community. Lastly, I do want to say one thing. I know there's a lot of discussion surrounding road work versus cycling lanes. I think they both have to coexist, as many of you know. So as we push for road development, the more it does provide for a better road for cycling as well. And which brings me to my Melvin Street program this year, which is a cycling connection to Cannon, which then will bring you to Melvin, to Woodward, and then ultimately over the largest single investment in cycling pedestrian, the pedestrian bridge over the QEW. So that work is happening right now. But what's important is that that work was scheduled to happen last year before the repaving of the road. I was incensed by that suggestion only because we can't put perfume on a pig. So what they were suggesting at the time was, let's put these bike lanes, all brand new bike lanes, on top of this incredibly terrible road. And as you know, half the battle of getting cycling lanes in place is the political battle of getting support in the neighborhood. So it's important that we marry the two initiatives to ensure that we never encounter that again. I literally had to put a stop to the program because there would have been an uproar last year, or was it last or 2 years ago, last year or 2 years ago, to put those cycling lanes on an incredibly terrible road where even with my Jeep, I found difficult at times to go across it. So I think that's something that we need to keep in mind as we move forward, because we need buy-in from community. And when I brought that concept back to the community in my community town hall, I did so informing them that we're going to have a new road. Well, suddenly, 80% of the contention was eliminated. They're getting something in return. And as a result, the community collectively now is applauding it. So I think it's a lesson learned and something that we can move forward accordingly and ensure that we marry the two programs, because it goes a long way in selling biking or cycling in this community, and particularly the cycling lanes. Lastly, and I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but lastly, I'm traveling on the Cannon bike lanes every day. Actually, right now I'm averaging about 20 kilometers 20 kilometers an hour, which is not bad. Not as good as Esther, but I'm getting up there, and she's been inspiring me. Having said that, going across Cannon, I'm finding it a little bit disturbing. And again, engaging the Main Street vehicular traffic as a cyclist, it's important that public relations is first and foremost. Too many people are going through red lights. So as the cyclists are going through red lights along Cannon, I can see the reaction from drivers. They're not impressed. So as they're doing this, so it's me who is yelling, you're making us look bad every time someone does it. We need, if we want equality on the road, we need to equally obey the rules of the road. Yep. I know it's tempting because I sit at our Birch and Cannon, and for God help me, I'm sitting there with no traffic around and the light's red, and it's tempting to go across. But you know what? Look at it as a public relations approach in order to mitigate, I think, a lot of the perceptual issues from vehicular traffic. And I appreciate your time. Perfect. And I just want to thank everyone involved in this program. Thank you.
That was virtually 5 minutes, almost spot on. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And good points, actually, on the cycling side. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to support this because I don't think we should turn down 80% funding from the province. It is, once again, as we see regularly, investing in this center part of the city. And a part that makes me chuckle is all this criticism coming in from the cycling community and some members of council, as late as last week, that we don't support cycling and don't fund it. Well, here's another $4 million going into cycling lanes. And I want you to remember that. This is a significant investment. Personally, I would never want to bike up the Claremont Access. I'd want to take advantage of putting it on the HSR bus, ride it for free to the top of the hill and get off. But that's just me, and I respect the fact that some cyclists may want to do it. But $4 million is a lot of money. And I just want to remind everybody on page 8, in order to do this, you're canceling 2 projects in Ancaster that were budgeted for this year in order to find the funding to get this done. And I'm not asking you to find more money to do it, because the last thing I want to do in these times is spend more money. But I hope you appreciate the fact that I'm canceling the Stonehenge and the Kitty Murray bike lanes in order to help you make this happen. And please stop the alligator tears all the time about how we're so mean to cycling and we don't support cycling, because this is a perfect example of many. Remember, Yes We Can movement, where we do invest heavily in cycling. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Okay, good points as well. Thank you. Councillor Pauls? 1 second here. We can't hear you just yet.
Okay.
Okay, now you're on.
And of course, I'm supporting this, and especially naming it the Keddy Trail. I think that's very important. But I talked to Brian privately, and a lot of councillors even question, it says it's Ward 2, 3, 7, and 8. And can I have Brian explain how it's connected to Ward 7 as well? Because I know it connects to the Jolly Cut, and a lot of councillors didn't realize that. So I just wanted him to clarify that it does connect to the Jolly
Brian?
Cut.
Yeah, first off, I'll say that, we did flag the wards, but this is a citywide project. Anyone can use it. But the reference to Ward 7 is there's actually connections at Arkeldon Avenue / Jolly Cut, which provides access from the Claremont multi-use path to the upbound bike lane on Jolly Cut and over to Concession Street. So there's a number of other trail connections as well. Southam Park, there's a connection. St. Joseph's Drive, there's a connection. So it is a bit like an alligator. It spreads out to other areas.
Thank you, Brian. And that is great news that it's all connected, and that's what we need. I wanted to ask you one more question, and that is the question of the grade coming down in winter months. What is our solution if there's any problem in the winter months of coming down that trail and for safety? Can you address that, please?
Brian?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have given that a lot of thought and work closely with our colleagues in transportation operations and maintenance as well. And I believe Edward Soldo's on the call to answer any specifics. But the trail will be maintained, but there are instances where perhaps we get a foot or 2 feet of snow and they can't get to it. We've designed the trail so that there are gates at the top and bottom, and we can swing those gates closed when the trail is simply not safe for users.
Thank you. Edward, you're on the line. Could you kind of tell us about the ongoing maintenance and operations of the trail? Wintertime?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. As Brian has indicated, we will be maintaining it in the winter as per the minimum maintenance standards, but there may be instances where we may have like a foot or 2 of snow and a heavy snowfall where we will shut down the trail to not allow users to utilize the corridor, and then we'll go in there, clean it out, make sure it's safe, and then we would reopen it for users.
Okay.
That's
Councillor?
great. Thank you very much. And Edward, I want to ask, would the city put right on your own risk on it, or is it up to the individual to go down? Or is there a speed limit? I know when I go down the hill, I go at least a lot faster. And because you bike as well, that we could go up to 40, 50 kilometers per hour going down a hill. So is there any signs going to be put, ride carefully, ride at your own risk? Are those all in the works?
Edward?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. We did have a safety assessment undertaken for the corridor. And as part of that, we've identified that we'll be having signage out there that would say that's a steep hill. We would have signage to advising cyclists to slow down. We would hope that cyclists would not go down at a speed that would cause potentially some dangerous situations. So we will be monitoring it, but we do have quite a bit of positive guidance on the trail to slow cyclists down.
Edward, thank you very much. And I want to say it was so nice to talk to Brian as well before this meeting. And I want to thank you for taking time to do so. So thank you, Brian and Edward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Whitehead. I know that complex capital projects can take some time to come to fruition. This is certainly one of them. But I know that over a period of time, Councillor Whitehead, as others have mentioned, stick-handled this one for quite some time, and it's great that it's finally coming to fruition. There's a couple of Ward 5 projects, much like Councillor Ferguson referenced, that from a design perspective, unfortunately, didn't or couldn't work. And so those monies will be redirected to this project. And I think it's important to support for all the reasons that Councillor Danko talked about earlier as well. But I had to give special mention to Councillor Whitehead, because I know that he was on this one for quite some time, and so kudos to him for sticking with it over the last 2 terms of council.
Great, thank you. Councillor Whitehead?
Mr. Mayor, and I think the first thank you needs to go to the council colleagues because there was some adjustment to the capital expenditures and schedules that impacted others. And the fact that this council, the past councils, recognized that this could be the case and still supported this initiative is a testimony to the quality and the substance of many of the councillors that voted in support. And I want to thank each and every one of you. Mr. Mayor, I know Jay personally. I sat on a student council at Norwood and worked with Jay. So I can tell you I was quite hit hard when news came forward. Jay gave back to this community tenfold in what he did. He believed in this community. He believed in family. And he was just a stellar individual. It was incumbent upon us to recognize that we have 5 accesses linking the mountain residents to the lower city, and that we had no safe bicycle route on any of them. Claremont Access is central and the most suitable for a bicycle lane, a safe multimodal lane for the residents of the community to link the mountain to the lower city. So when I get emails from an individual on the cycling committee asking me to resign because I don't support cycling, and clearly I can demonstrate the dollars and the efforts that have gone in over years to expand cycling lanes, not only in my own ward, but certainly on this access, it is quite disappointing because there are 2 different approaches, and I've always been supportive of cycling and cycling lanes. My issue was that there was a long-standing understanding on Sobey, for example, that the city would not be funding it. I'm glad that we got a resolution today, and that resolution partly is because of the position I took and some other councillors took, and is again a testimony to the fact that we got to push the envelope because there's very few dollars in the coffers. So thank you, Councillor Danko, for recognizing me as well, and welcome to the Ward 8 and some of the issues you're dealing with. But this one is probably the most significant legacy piece that we can enjoy and celebrate as it comes online. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I want to just offer a number of complimentary remarks, and I'll have just 1 or 2 questions for Director Hollingworth. Complimentary remarks to Councillor Danko. I'm going to be fully supportive of this report and recommendation here today. And I know in your caring, guiding hands, the project will proceed, and you're the type of individual that will have good carriage over the file as it unfolds through construction periods. I do want to, like Councillor Collins, Marula, and others, I do want to say a huge thank you to Councillor Whitehead. I remember and I'm just saddened by the fact to think that Mr. Keddy's not here to realize this. And hopefully at some appropriate time, the family will be there for an official ribbon cutting that will be arranged by the city. And I remember Councillor Whitehead giving one of the most passionate speeches about, from a political and personal standpoint, about his knowledge of Mr. Keddy. I believe he talked about a solid church-going man as well, salt of the earth type of individual in this community that we wish all our citizens were emulating. And how Councillor Whitehead said something needs to be done to erase what happened. Unfortunately, we can't bring it back, the tragedy, but something needs to be done so that his legacy will carry on of what he did in schools, in neighborhoods, in churches, and as well promoting cycling. So I salute Councillor Whitehead for laying the foundation, Mr. Mayor, for this project. I want to also thank 4 ward council colleagues, Councillor Collins, Marula, Afar, I believe as well, possibly another project in Ward 2 somewhere, and Councillor Ferguson. It's never easy to postpone one of your own ward projects and especially, Mr. Mayor, as you know, if the councillor working with their active citizen committees and task forces that they establish, as I've done for years in my East Mountain community, and there's been expectation that a project will eventually move forward and maybe the time is now right. I truly want to say and acknowledge the generosity of the Ward 2, 4, 5, and 12 councillors to offer up whatever monies that they could have fought for to say they still wanted their projects to move ahead concurrently with the J. Keddy multi-use trail but we're generous enough, compassionate enough to say this is paramount. And in his memory, this needs to go forward first and foremost. Mr. Mayor, I just have now a couple of questions through you to Director Hollingworth. Director Hollingworth, looking on page 1 of the appendix, which shows the diagram of the trail, just so that any listeners that are viewing in are clear, the entire multi-use trail will be on the north side of the Claremont access, which in essence are the upbound lanes. Mr. Mayor, through you, please.
Yeah, that's correct. It's on the, I guess, I call it the west side or the north side, but the right-hand side of the upbound lanes.
And Brian, subsequent question, will this be what's called a bi-directional multi-use trail that will go both northbound and southbound, east-west, along that same corridor? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor, it will be a bi-directional trail for both cyclists and pedestrians.
Excellent. And lastly, will it be what I guess the highest category as the cycling community teaches me and encourages me along the way, Mr. Mayor? This will be what's called the highest category of protected lanes, which will be whatever Jersey barriers, solid blockades, whatever, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brian, please.
Yes, through the mayor, it's physically separated with a concrete barrier plus an aluminum railing on top of that barrier from the bottom of the escarpment to this top of the escarpment.
Director Hollingworth, thank you to you and your staff, Steve and Daryl Bender, that have brought this report forward. Mr. Mayor, this is amidst the tragedy, we can sometimes have triumph through adversity, and the memory and the legacy of Mr. Keddy will carry on, hopefully with support here today. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Also just wanted to say congratulations to the staff team and thank you to all councillors who've had to forego some projects in order to allocate the funding to this one. I think the comments have already been made by other councillors around the table that this truly is going to be a signature project, not only of placemaking, but of connectivity. And what's going to be most exciting once this trail is in is the way in which our residents in the lower city and in the mountain are going to be able to interact. And for me, as an individual who's committed to city building, it is those kinds of experiences that space designed well facilitates. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing this project come to fruition for that purpose, but also in terms of active movement in our community and being able to enjoy the vistas. I know there's many cyclists, avid cyclists in the ward. When I had a chance to meet with them early in the term, coming together to look at all the projects that were on the docket for Ward 3 or connected to Ward 3, this one was of a lot of keen interest because of the ways in which it provides connectivity for cyclists and walkers and pedestrians, not only coming out of the downtown, but also going up into the mountains. So good work. Congratulations to everybody who's made this happen.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I briefly will obviously offer support. I appreciated working with Councillor Whitehead on this. It's long in the making. It's worth a few minor sacrifices on our master plan budget, given what we're doing here in a way that I think is important to all of us, and that's actually linking and bringing together the mountain and the city in a transportation link that is, it's being looked forward to by a great many people, and it is a fitting tribute, to be sure. And down below, I know, having looked at that part closely, we're now linking up to a vast network of cycling lanes. And on the Keddy Trail, from up top, you can now, I believe, I don't think I'm mistaken, stay on bike lanes all the way to Mr. Keddy's old school and well beyond. So that's kind of important to recognize as well, because of course Mr. Keddy was an avid cycler, and now lots of folks are going to be doing that a lot safer up and down our challenging escarpment. I'll look forward to hopefully testing it soon on a SOBI here in the city. So well done to everybody, this council and terms past. It's great to be in this position. Thanks.
Okay, I'll pay money to see you go up the escarpment on a SOBI.
I'll maybe take the mountain climber up and ride the SOBI.
That warms my Dutch heart. So please, let's. I'll challenge you to the ride up the hill on a SOBI.
I'm sorry,
I'm not going to challenge. I'm not going to challenge Esther. I know you heard it.
No, I can't hear you.
Yeah. La 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 la. All right, we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded. Okay. Councilor Marula, go ahead. Councilor Marula? Oh.
He can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You can't hear us. Do you want to send him a note? Yep. Okay. I mean, I know he's supportive. So in the process of working on it, we'll move on with the agenda and hopefully get him sorted out. Almost there? No? Yeah? No? Okay. On this, we're going to go to a vote. All in favor of the recommendation to make this investment in our city, please indicate. We're going to have to sort out Councilor Marula because the next item is his motion. And that's unanimously supported by all members of council. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Farr, you're still on. Is that a reason for that? Okay, thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councilor Marula. And I'm hoping you're hearing us. So, Councilor Marula. Councilor, can you hear us? Not yet? Okay. So have you got your on-off button muted by chance? Now he's disappeared altogether. Okay, we're going to hold that one. We're going to come back to that. The second item is item 6.2, which is the... Sorry? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So we'll come back to that. I'm going to turn to item 6.2, which is Councillor Collins, financial impact of declining transit revenue. Councillor Collins, go ahead.
Thanks. Did we not have the Mohawk and Mac program passed to do still, the transit revenues? That one was after the Claremont, I think.
That's after a closed session that we're going to be doing that.
Okay, gotcha.
In camera advice on that one.
My mistake. Thank you.
Worries. Yep. So item 6.2 is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just read it out. I think everyone has it in front of you, and it's the recommendation is that staff be directed to provide a report, and clerks has suggested that it go to Public Works rather than GIC. So I'll amend that, Mr. Mayor, if you allow me to do so.
Yes.
Report to Public Works that summarizes the financial impact of declining transit revenues and a list of options available to council to temporarily offset the loss in 2021. And so it specifically is speaking to the way that we have funded our area rating is, you know, if we're looking at, let's say, use for example, 50% reduction in transit revenues for 2021, the cost of making up for that will be borne largely by the former city of Hamilton. So these are certainly unique times as it relates to how we're going to have to deal with our budget and account for some of these declining revenues. And I just want to make sure that staff has some flexibility in front of us at some point in time to tell us what options are available to us, because if we follow the current policy, it's essentially that tax burden falls on essentially 8 wards. And so there will be opportunities to look at reserves or whether it's funds that come from higher levels of government. But I do want staff to come back to committee and council at some point in time with whatever options they see fit to make up for this shortfall. And obviously it could be beyond 2021, but I think to have a discussion before the end of the year, leading into the 2021 budget process would be of benefit to everyone.
Okay.
Seconded by Councillor Marula. If he's not with us anymore, then I would look to council.
He isn't at the moment. Councillor Farr has indicated he's happy to second that as amended. Thank you. Take that as amended. Councillor Partridge on that topic. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I don't have a problem with the motion, absolutely. But I do have a concern with it going to Public Works. Most of us, or many of us, do not sit on that committee. I think it should go to the General Issues Committee. And if I need to move a motion to do that, I'll certainly do that. But if it goes to Public Works and there's great discussion there with half of council, and then it comes through to the council meeting, we're just going to have that debate all over again. When it would be really better to do it at the General Issues Committee when we're all present, have a fulsome discussion, and particularly knowing that there's going to be a list of options coming forward. I mean, this is an important discussion for our council to have. So I look for direction from you, sir.
For me, we have committees for a reason, and if we push everything to GIC, which is what people are want to do, then we really don't need committees anymore. So
I'm
our
not
staff,
asking for anything else to be pushed. I'm asking for one issue, and I don't think it's been a very long time since anyone has asked to have anything moved from one committee to another.
So this is the advice from clerk. So you asked me what my opinion was. I gave it to you. Clerks, Madam Clerk, do you want to share your thoughts on whether or not you go to Public Works or GIC? And it was a clerk's recommendation actually to put it to Public Works. Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, yes, transit issues are supposed to go to Public Works Committee. We do try to keep all those items at the certain committee level. Those committees tend to see all of the reports that relate to transit. So that's why it's important to keep that continuity of information going to the same committee, so they have an understanding of the business decisions and recommendations that they're making for council.
Thank you. Councilor Partridge?
Yeah, and so there are many transit issues that do go straight to General Issues Committee. So I'm not sure I really agree with that statement, because certainly it has happened in the past. I guess there will just have to be opportunity for us to join in the Public Works discussion and join in that committee, even though we're not part of it. So I'll wait to hear what my other colleagues say. Maybe it's not an issue for anybody else, but I would just prefer to go to General Issues Committee. It's one thing that is being asked. I don't think this particular year we've asked for anything else to go to General Issues Committee, maybe one or two other things, but anyway, those are my comments. I just think that's where it needs to be discussed. It's a very big issue.
Thank you. The one exception that was made previously was LRT issues. I think you moved that all issues related to LRT go to GIC at the time, with some concern around our not seeing everything or something of that order. So that's the one exception I recall. Beyond that, I don't recall anything from transit going to the GIC committees beyond that.
I remember that was very, very heartily supported by a majority of council.
Yeah, on that one exception. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'll leave it at that, if no one else has an issue.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to it going to the General Issues Committee, I've attended Public Works Committee meetings before on transit and provided my input on transit, as it's an issue for me of concern. I think we can still deal with the issue at Public Works, and councillors can tag in as guests and ask questions, and then Public Works can make the decision, and then ultimately council. Can I ask a question with regards to the budgeting process now? So I'm very keen on the outcome of this report that Councillor Collins has suggested, and I thank him for that. I'd like to know how quickly we'll get some of this information back, because I guess time is money now. As the months go by with COVID, we're losing significant revenue, and we need a response relatively quickly, if that's possible, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Mike Zagarek. He is doing a financial update coming next meeting or soon. Michael, do you want to just kind of refer to that, as well as that's a general update, which includes the transit portfolio that you're currently talking about? Michael?
Please, thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
apologize for that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff are working towards a June 15th COVID-19 financial impacts report. Within that report, we will include content surrounding transit and the foregone revenues as it relates to transit. I believe our latest estimate is for the period January through to end of June. It's approximately $11 million in foregone revenues. That'll be part of that June 15th update. And as it relates to the motion that's before you, staff would look at mitigation, cost containment measures, as well as potential tax policy scenarios moving into 2021. And as a motion identifies, as transit is an area rated service, it would have a material impact as it relates to some of the former municipalities.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And cut me off, Mr. Mayor, if my questions are offline. So with regards to our current transit service, is there a provincial order that limits the number of transit riders on the bus?
That okay, Mike, you can answer, but
Yeah,
I'm sure for
yeah.
Richardson or Paul Johnson might want to, if they're on the line or on.
I know there's the 5 minute 5-person gathering rule. But I'm about the buses specific. Do they say, no, you can't have more than 15 people on the bus or whatever the case is?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can start, and if Dan or others have more precise information, welcome them to the conversation. There are guidelines as it relates to physical distancing on the bus that limits the number of riders both on the conventional bus as well as the extended bus. And so in the report, I believe there's a report coming to Public Works around the 5-year transit strategy in, I believe, a week or two. That report will include content as it relates to some of the limitations as it relates to physical distancing and the potential as it relates to ridership. So again, short answer is yes, as it relates to guidelines around physical distancing, and that limits the potential number of riders and the rider capacity as it relates to our fleet, our transit fleet.
Dan?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The I don't recall a discrete direction from the province specifically for transit, but we're following those physical distancing guidance that came out. One of the things a couple of things we're starting to observe now is that some transit agencies are looking to increase passenger loads on the bus. So I think local medical officers of health are having some influence in helping transit agencies increase ridership on the bus. I expect by the end of this month, we will be making hopefully a couple of changes. One will potentially be increasing the ridership on the bus, the capacity that we can allow on buses. And we're also working very hard to get back to fare collection. So we will try to share information with council as quickly as we can. I expect a lot of things are going to change over the next several weeks, and we will try to get council as informed as possible as we go along here. So when it comes to trying to model out what we think the rest of the year is going to look like, I suspect increasing passenger loads on the bus and starting our fare collection back up are two very, very critical things that have to happen that will help us to be able to do some modeling to give council some information as to how we think the next 6 to 18 months is going to look. Those are two key milestones that we have to pass, and we're hoping that in the next 4 weeks or so that we'll be seeing some positive change in that respect.
Councillor?
I'm glad to hear that, and I'm hoping, Mr. Mayor, that we can expedite the decisions even quicker than that, because what I'm hearing from folks who are riding the buses is that it's incredibly challenging to get a seat on the bus, and so a lot of people are going without transit or going in another direction altogether, which eventually impacts our ridership overall. So the sooner we can get them back on the buses with masks, with all of the precautions that we want, the more our revenue will increase, and we're providing a real service to our community. So I'm a little bit concerned to hear it could be 6-8 weeks before we actually get a decision. I would like to see a decision on getting the buses up and running as soon as possible with the proper safety precautions. I know other jurisdictions are now doing that. So that would be my push, Mr. Mayor, and I know you're on side with that, but I know we don't have all the shots that we called some. We got to follow someone else's tune right now. Thank you.
I know. Thank you for that. I know that's so it is a little bit off topic, but notwithstanding, there's active discussions going on in terms of getting more volume, getting away from the Saturday scheduling, which is what we're on. We're on weekend scheduling right now, and I think in hand with increasing volume, we also have to change the frequency of the buses that are out there. And masking, I think, will be a given going forward, both on our local transit as well as on GO Transit and any other transit system in the foreseeable future. So, and that will certainly allow for more capacity, because I think that level of risk is minimized by virtue of everyone wearing an appropriate mask. So I'm with you totally on that one. I think the information report that's being asked for is current in terms of kind of immediate financial crises that we're facing. Councillor Danko on this topic. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Chair of Public Works, I want to welcome all councillors to Public Works Committee. It's not quite as much fun as planning, but I've heard we have a couple mega agendas coming up, so you're always welcome to come and join in the discussions at any time.
Well, you have five women here that are all chuckling under their breath here about your comment about planning.
Yeah, planning's a barrel of monkeys.
Yeah.
I do have a question through you to, I don't know if this is clerks or staff or whomever, but on the motion does reference the area rating formula, and of course we have area rating subcommittee right now that started discussions on area rating, which is not sitting. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to whomever can answer this, is how will the discussion on area rating fit into this discussion on transit revenues? Because obviously we can't talk about one without the other.
I don't have a quick answer for you. Dan, do you have any thought on, so I mean, I think until such time as area rating is agreed upon on a global basis, we're going to follow current policies, I think. So I don't foresee that, as difficult as it's been to get people together in the first place to have that discussion. And secondly, you're currently not allowed to, and, get together on that discussion. So I think the area rating globally is a separate issue. How we're managing kind of the current financial issues is a separate issue as well. That is certainly the topic of this discussion today. Dan, do you want to share anything more on that?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't have said it as good as you just did.
Oh, you are quite the suck up. You are. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brilliant statement on my part. Councillor Danko.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a bit confused, and I did step out of my room for nature break, and I read the motion as it stands that the report will go to GIC. So am I to understand that there's an amendment to this motion now, that it goes to Public Works?
No, the motion was amended to say that it goes to Public Works by Councillor Collins, the mover of the motion.
Well, that's okay. Then I'm just asked the same thing. I would be very interested in this coming to the GIC only because it's an impact on COVID. But anyway, I'm not interested in it. I would prefer it to come to GIC as mentioned before. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
For clarification, can you hear me?
Yes.
We had a discussion with Dr. Richardson last meeting, and it was raised. So I just want to make sure, because not everyone can wear a mask, and cardiologists have already come out and talked about the concerns for people with certain conditions. So I want to make it clear, even on the transit system, there will be people that traditionally rely on it when they may not be able to wear a mask on it. And I don't want to stigmatize those people that have legitimate reasons not to wear a mask. So we need to educate the general public. There are certain circumstances where people cannot wear a mask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins, second time. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm in council's hands in terms of where the report should go.
Okay, the motion's on the floor right now is amended by you that it goes to Public Works.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
If there's a desire, if there's a desire to go to GIC, which I originally thought, and I was thinking along the same lines as Councillors Johnson and Partridge, that because of the budget implications, it's an anomaly. It is related to COVID. That's why I had suggested it at first, and then clerks subsequently contacted me and said they would prefer public works. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
I'm going to take the motion as it stands, as you put it forward, and we'll test the will of council on this one. So all in favor of the motion as put forward to go to Public Works, please indicate. Thank you, and that carries 13 to 3. I'm going to turn back to Councilor Marula. Councillor, your motion on LaSalle Park.
Yes.
You put your motion, please.
Thank you, sir. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Collins, whereas LaSalle Park, comprising of approximately 51.5 acres of open space, was acquired by the City of Hamilton between 1912 and 1916, whereas in 1958, Aldershot was annexed to the City of Burlington, yet the City of Hamilton continued ownership of LaSalle Park, and the park was managed by the Hamilton Parks Board. Whereas in 1958, Aldershot was annexed to the City of Burlington, yet the City of Hamilton continued ownership of LaSalle Park, and the park was managed by the Hamilton Parks Board. Whereas in 1975 and 1983, the City of Burlington managed LaSalle Park under a joint management agreement, whereas in 1983, the City of Burlington leased the park from the City of Hamilton under the following terms. Term 40 years, commencing January 1st, 1983, and expiring December 31st, 2022. Annual rent, $1. Payable every August 1st. The use, exclusive right to maintain, operate, program, and manage LaSalle recreation activities and open to the public at all reasonable times at no charge to the public with the exception of the sailing club. Improvements or alterations to the existing improvements require prior written consent of Hamilton. Obligation, Burlington to maintain, operate, program, and manage LaSalle Park as its sole cost and expense. Must continue to be named LaSalle Park. And with respect to the renewal, the lease may be renewed for 25 years, and only by mutual agreement. There's no notice or exercise period. And between 1993 and 97, several amendments, consent agreements were entered. Whereas the City of Burlington has, from time to time, expressed a desire to acquire LaSalle Park, barring that to renew the lease, but not at a price acceptable to the City of Hamilton. Whereas the current lease will expire on December 31st, 2022, and the current event space operator of the pavilion within the park is seeking to book events beyond the expiry date of the lease. Therefore, be it resolved that the Corporate Real Estate Office, in collaboration with other relevant divisions, be directed to undertake a review of the value and implications of alternative disposition, sell, lease, develop, or operate options for LaSalle Park and report back to the General Issues Committee. Now, Mr. Mayor, as you know, for me, this dates back obviously for the city to the early 1900s, but for me, this dates back from my first year on council in 2001, where it was brought up in discussion with me, and I found it incredulous to believe that we were only paying $1 a year. Mind you, in 1983, or even prior to that, when the original agreement was made, it was made because it was open space. Since then, there's been amendments, and there's revenue being generated. They have spent millions of dollars in capital upgrades. But in speaking with a number of very high-profile individuals that live in that neighborhood, they recognize that area as being exceptionally valuable, almost priceless. So in 2001, knowing that they were only providing us with $1 a year as a rent, I thought it would be advantageous to reach out and see if we could find a compromise to move forward. We obviously have had financial problems for years. Burlington hasn't had the same social or financial problems as we've had. So I thought, as a good neighbor, we would extend back in 2001 an opportunity to make amends and say, listen, we're in a position right now where obviously our fiscal books, as a result of our social issues and other amalgamation and all of those other variables, we had a downtown that wasn't what it was today. Everything was on the decline when I was first elected, and we were working on building. We've come a long way. But back then, they had an opportunity to open it up for that 25 years just to better reflect the value of that land. And they kicked us to the curb. Not only did they kick us to the curb in 2001, they did so, I believe, 2 or 3 other times subsequently. I must say that the tone and language coming from Burlington today is very welcomed compared to what we heard in the past. So I'm looking forward to, obviously, I think we're all looking forward to ending what is really the worst deal in the history of the city of Hamilton. But I like the language coming out of Burlington, and I think they are willing and they understand that primarily, I have no intentions of developing this, but if they're going to allow the lease to lapse, we have to take care of our taxpayers. And presently, it's a bad deal. So we're looking for a better deal. And again, the last offers they've made were embarrassing. And I have to commend Councillors Jackson and Collins. There was a time where I had a little bit of exhaustion related to this issue, and I was almost prepared to accept what I believe today to be would have been a bad deal, again, compounding the issue. So as a result of the experience of my colleagues, including Councillors Whitehead and Farr and others that said, you know what, man, I don't think this is a good deal. So as I assessed it even more, I realized it wasn't either. And it was almost embarrassing, the offer. So I'm speaking, and Mayor Marion Weed, she speaks in a more positive light, contrary to a lot of the bravado coming in from the previous male mayors. So there might be a correlation between the two. But having said that, I do look forward to this thing landing, and I hope that we can have a neighborly conclusion, and one that's reflective of what that land is really worth to those residents. And I can assure you, they believe it's priceless. So don't embarrass us with offers, because we all ultimately have all their alternatives. And I know that it has to go through Burlington in order to develop it. But again, if we go directly to LPAT, and based on good planning principles, I think we're on solid legal ground to pursue development if we were ever pushed to that extreme, which I would hate to do. But we do have an obligation and a responsibility to the people of Hamilton. And we look forward to a neighborly discussion, but more importantly, a neighborly conclusion to what has been really the worst deal in the history of the city of Hamilton. $1 a year is laughable. But I guess it was given at a time when we had more money than brains. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson?
Nope, I'm fine.
Okay, you were on. So Councillor Clark, was that your waving of the finger that you were off, Councillor Jackson? Is that what you were doing? Okay, I didn't get that signal. Councillor Clark?
I am good, sir.
Okay.
I am fine. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to understand some of the deliverables and the history of it. Just so I am curious, the first whereas, and Councillor Marula referenced some sort of price point, but at a price, but not at a price acceptable to the city of Hamilton. Are we going to be gaining access to what the previous price offer was during this, or what is the threshold which we will deem to be acceptable?
But that's what the intent of this motion is to have staff come back to us and to give us what it would be acceptable. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard
Barely.
it.
Yeah, okay.
I can barely hear you. Sorry.
So sorry, let me repeat it because I did have to move my mic. So that's the entire purpose of this exercise, as it's detailed in the motion itself. So staff is going to come back with a full report assessing the issue and providing us with what we should be pursuing as a conclusion, as opposed to what is being offered as a conclusion.
Okay, and may I ask, in this review that corporate real estate is going to be heading up, what is the role, if any, for the city of Burlington in that?
Well,
Does
as you
it come
know,
at the end of it, or?
no, it's a negotiation. So once the city determines all the variables, they're going to be on ongoing discussions to find some sort of solution. That's already in. That's the last time we left this thing in 2016. We left it up in the air to have Burlington come back with a better offer. That never happened. So obviously, they're either not concerned or they forgot about it. So I don't think they're. I know they're concerned. So I hope they haven't forgot about it.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just the comment there by Councillor Marula. I think, Councillor Marula, you said you didn't envision any sort of change to the use of the land. And I think you said you wouldn't want it developed. So you're just seeing what the highest use would be and therefore the value of it if it could be developed. Can I just get clarification of that?
Right. So the highest and best use should be part of the discussion, and they refuse to discuss that. And it should be, because that's exactly what we're dealing with. And the reality is that a portion of that land can be developed and could be pursued. But it's the last thing I want to do. I simply want to push the envelope to get a deal that's in the best interest of your residents, of you as a councillor, and the city of Hamilton.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Councillor Marula. I'm just trying to understand, though, that the value that might be attached, for example, to keeping it as a green space and recreational. It's been a while since I've been there. It might be hard to quantify that compared to the value that would come from developing it into residential and commercial, etc. So,
and that's why we need to go through an exhaustive exercise of negotiations and discussions rather than just pretending the issue isn't there when it is. And this will bring it to the forefront so that we all can meet our obligations as governors to ensure that this issue is dealt with the city of Hamilton's best interest at hand rather than what we inherited.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Marula. I'm just trying to understand in my own mind how we're going to measure success out of this before going down the path if we haven't identified those.
Well, we should leave that up to the. We'll leave that
so
up to the experts. We'll leave that to the experts, and Ray's more than willing to elaborate. I've been working with Ray on it.
Let's turn to Ray Kessler on this in terms of that question and how they're going to make that assessment. Ray.
So through the chair, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
So I think I'm on.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Through the mayor, our intention is to look at the various options, explore them in depth, and bring them back to the committee for consideration. We were not intending to entertain any direct negotiations as part of this assessment. When we, prior to reporting back, this would really be the foundation for establishing the types of values and the types of expectations that council may wish to achieve through further negotiations that would follow.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
And thank you very much, Ray. So I think the lease comes due at the end of December 31st to 2022. How long, Ray, would you anticipate that this kind of exercise to take place? The reason I'm asking is I'm trying to work backwards from the lease and the expiry date on that, and then building in negotiation or etc.
At this point, I'm planning to bring something back by the end of September is the time frame that we're looking at.
This September?
Yes, this September for council's consideration.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I support this motion and for the most part agree with Councillor Marula and his comments. The last report I believe we had from staff, Ray, could you clarify this? We went through a similar exercise, I believe, when we had the joint liaison committee, which you, Mr. Mayor, and myself and Councillor Ferguson were a part of with the previous mayor and council. I believe there was a report around 2015, 2016. Ray, is that about right?
Ray?
So through the mayor, I don't recall the exact date. It was in the 215, 216 timeframe. That is correct. We did have a report with a proposal before council.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, the good news is, folks, that we do have some very qualified staff that can certainly have done this many times for us, where they've gone in and evaluated and come back to council. I was wanting to see perhaps with a slight friendly amendment, I'd like to see the date written into this, therefore be it resolved, on when staff are coming back with some recommendations, because it's not just a recommendation on the values, but a recommendation on the various options. Is that correct, Ray?
Right.
So through the chair, there will be a series of options, and in some respect, we'd like to present council with a menu of options that they may want to pursue.
Thank you. And if I heard correctly, you were looking to come back the end of September 2020. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right. So if the councillor moving the motion has no objections, I'd like to write that staff report back to the General Issues Committee by end of September 2020 into the motion. And you know, quite frankly, I look forward to getting this resolved. Lord, we've been dealing with this for so very long, and I think, you know, for both the residents of Burlington and for the residents of Hamilton, we need to reach a point where we can make some decisions and put this to bed. LaSalle Park is very well used. It is a treasured treasure that the Burlington residents see, but I'm not so sure that a lot of them realize that it's actually owned by the city of Hamilton. So I look forward to resolving this and putting it to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, first time.
Yeah, I'm really supportive of this motion. I have a question, because far too long, and I know some councillors like Councillor Ferguson would understand this. Council and City of Hamilton are taking advantage of when it comes to assessment. And often, and I can give you example after example in my own ward, where lands are undervalued for development. And because they're surplus to the city, and of course they sell it or buy it and then actually sell it for much more than they bought for from the city. So I need to understand, what are the methods utilized in the assessment going forward? Because apparently I guess there's different vehicles or different mechanics behind this. So I need to understand, which one are we using?
Ray?
So if I understand the question correct through the chair, and maybe I could get some clarification, or I'll make a statement and maybe then get some clarification. And so we're going to look at this from a series of different angles. Certainly when we apply valuation methodologies to the value of the property, each option will be assessed and some values applied to each of those. And we typically in-house, we do have qualified appraisal staff and who are capable of making those sorts of assessments. So the methodologies will be consistent with the industry standards around valuation and appraisal. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, because I mean, often what we don't do is assess our land at the highest and best use. So in this context, you got some limitations, constraints, because you got the city of Burlington that actually control the planning or zoning. And so the question is, can you still approach this as the highest best use cost, or do you have to go in understanding the limitations of what we can do based on Burlington having control of the planning?
So through the chair, certainly planning approvals and timeframes and the risks associated with those are part of the highest and best use assessment. And so those contexts will be applied to the valuation, and there are some of the risks associated are certainly things that you can discount for. Just as a reflection on the last time we were talking about this back in 2015, 2016, We also assessed it not just on highest and best use. We also looked at the value from the context of what would parkland open space type properties be worth. And so there is a body of knowledge or expertise around how you look at those lands from a different lenses. And our expectation is that we will provide some of those lenses and some valuation against those lenses.
I appreciate that because, like I said, the standard is always be highest best use. And my concern was, I don't know how you apply that in this case, but I understand you're going to take all the scenarios. We're going to have a number of options to look at in the report. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can I just get clarification then? Are we looking at the value and implications of disposition of the property as a passive or recreational park? Or are we looking at it from all aspects in terms of all potential development of this park? So the park could be turned into townhouses and apartments.
Thank you. Ray,
So,
what's your
Mr. Mayor,
understanding
we will
based on the
look at-
motion? Go ahead.
Sorry, through the mayor, we will be looking at the various, as I mentioned earlier, different lenses on it. So one way to look at it is it just a passive open space park? What's the value of that? And that's not always such an easy thing to value. But as well as what is the opportunity for redevelopment and what would the value look like under those types of scenarios? So those are probably the two extremes. Currently, there is a degree of development on the lands, not for residential purposes, but there is parks and recreation infrastructure on there. They do have an events venue that is currently used and generates some revenue. So there's a mix of things that we will be looking at and trying to apply some values to all of them.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the fact that it has a banquet center and a passive park and a recreational park. We're not bound to that by this motion. We're looking at any type of development on this property, even though it's been this type of facility and park for a long time.
So through the mayor, the exercise in terms of potential development opportunity won't be one that is just focused on residential. And I'm not suggesting we're going to look at every potential type of development. I think we're going to look at it in the context of if development could occur there, what is, and this is a typical highest and best use question, what is the most likely type of development that could occur there? In this context, it is a residential neighborhood, and likely it's just going to be residential that with a degree of amenity space that we would look at.
Thank you.
And this concept, it's a well-known park that's famous. So we're talking about developing this park if Burlington doesn't decide to lease it. That's what this motion says, and I'm having a little bit of concern. I didn't think that's what the motion meant, but that's what it seems to be talking about, is the sale and development of the park, as opposed to maintaining it as a park and it's a part of the city of Hamilton, or it's now up completely owned by the city of Burlington because they purchased it. That's what this motion is going to do.
I have to go to the intention of the move of the motion. I don't think that's a fair question to ask of Ray. So, Councilor Marula.
Okay, I don't know how you can negotiate something unless you know what the extreme values are, right? So let's throw everything on the table. And although we know we have to go to Burlington for application, we could circumvent Burlington, go directly to LPAT. People.
Okay, so that's not the question.
But that's not the intent.
Your intent
That's not the
of the
intent.
motion.
The intent is just to have a thorough debate and understanding, because a portion of that land is or can be developed because of it being in a residential setting. The vast majority of it can't be. It's protected. But through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ray, we had that discussion.
No. Councilor
I want to know what the
has
percentage
the
of that
floor.
acreage is.
Councilor Clark
I'm
has
trying
the
to help him
floor.
out.
No, you don't need to help him out. He can help himself. Councillor Clark has the floor, and he asked you a question. You just answer it. So your intent on the motion is
They just have the information.
to develop, to get information on development opportunities on the lands as it sits today.
Yeah, you can't negotiate. You can't negotiate unless you understand what all of the information is. You can't go in there with blinders on. That's what he did in 1983, and that's why we're only getting $1 a year.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
So we're suggesting that everything's off the table and we're looking at any development opportunity for this park, and based on those values, we'll negotiate with Burlington, as opposed to it's a park and it's going to stay a park.
Correct.
Okay, I have problems with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, and then myself for a first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for those last questions, because I admit I'm confused. We're saying that there is an established practice, at least Ray said this, that we can actually ascribe a value to passive open park space. So there is a methodology which would enable us to put a value to that as it is presently being used. And then in addition to that, though, we're saying we also want to ascribe a value to it if it could be developed. But if we're saying that it should be a park space, then that is the value. To say its value will be altered because it will be developed, then those are two different things. That's not the real value, because it shouldn't or can't be developed, or it's not within our means to develop, or it's going to end up at a tribunal. And that's what I'm struggling with. Through you, or maybe to you, Mr. Mayor, or to the mover of the motion, in terms of the history of this, could you tell me when is the last time we've had a conversation with Burlington about this parcel? Have we engaged with them recently about this?
We engaged with Burlington through the subcommittee that we have between Burlington and Hamilton relations, and there was a proposal put together around a land swap that included Churchill Park, some RBG lands, and the LaSalle Park lands, and that was in 2015, 2016. This is the report that we're referring to. Some assessments were done at that point in time in terms of the value of the land, predominantly as park space, and some information shared around the operational costs that Burlington was bearing, including the capital costs for the facility they have, the revenue they make on that, and the operating costs in terms of maintaining the park that we don't participate in. So the cost is all theirs. So that was 2015, 2016. That ultimate resolution came together, was approved by the subcommittee, came to council, and was rejected.
Okay, thank you,
To
Mr.
my
Mayor.
mind, that's the last time that this was discussed with Burlington.
I thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the reason for my question is we haven't. I think Councillor Marula said he was getting some positive feelings from the present mayor of Burlington, and we haven't even reached out to have a discussion with them within this term of council, and with a new mayor with the city of Burlington. And I think in terms of our relationship over the long term and trying to sustain a good relationship, would it not be of value to engage in those sorts of discussions before jumping to this kind of exercise, particularly with the scope in which you're wanting to get some identified value for residential development? That's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You don't have to answer it.
Thank you. Just for myself, we can get all the information we want on this. There's been actually a fair bit of information put together already that was in 2015, 2016. In my mind, I don't care what information you bring. In my mind, this should never be a development site. This has historically been a park for the city of Hamilton. Turn of the century, the previous century, it was the place to go for Hamiltonians for vacations, including Beach Strip, LaSalle Park. They had shuttles back and forth from Hamilton to LaSalle Park. Historically, it's been a significant part of the city of Hamilton as well as the city of Burlington. So I'm interested in maintaining that park space as park space. I will, under no circumstances, entertain a development opportunity. If you want to go get that information as to what the possibilities might be, fair enough. But at the end of the day, I will never support turning this into anything but what it is today, which is a park. And so I respect the fact that the information is being asked for. I'm not trying to thwart that. Go ahead and let's do that. But let's bring it back and let's work on some reasonable level of diplomacy with our neighbors that respects the kind of long-term use that this park has been. And you know what, on a personal level, that wading pool and our kids are very familiar. Hamiltonians on an ongoing basis go and enjoy the park as an alternate location for them to enjoy, as they would in any park in any part of our regional district, quite frankly. The fact that we own it is an anomaly that I would have sorted out a long time ago, but not at tens of millions of dollars. You know, its land value is what it's being used for, which is an ongoing park. So I will you know, not thwart the notion of trying to get information. I would hope that the previous report around the land swap that was discussed in 2015, 2016, certainly should be you know, raised again as potential opportunities to settle, because none of that actually came to pass, and I think there was some value there that made some sense. Churchill Park, in fact, was part of that. That we don't own, is now owned by the RBG. That would have then reverted to, you know, the rightful ownership, I think, of the city of Hamilton, because that's where it's bearing, and other lands that needed other the land anomalies that could have been figured out. So hopefully that report will also form the basis of the reporting back that's going to be done in the future. So that's my thoughts on the matter. I respect the fact that information is being asked for, that should be delivered, but I'll tell you that my position will never change from using that as a park space. Councillor Marula, then Councillor Farr. I'm sure we inspired some additional comments. Councillor Marula.
No, I'm in total agreement. I think in my comments I said I would hate to develop that land. So I'm not sure what the drama is all about. What we're trying to do is, I'm not sure why we're showing our cards when we're trying to negotiate. No wonder we're only getting $1 a year. Folks, we need the information. You don't negotiate publicly. You keep your cards to your vest. And I really can't believe we're even having this discussion. Get the information, then make your point. But now you've just telegraphed within the parameters of this negotiation of where you're going, where another one's going. So they're going to sit there and do the math, and they're going to just push the envelope even more, because they know that obviously you care more about Burlington accessing this park than you do about the taxpayers who've been screwed over since 1912 in Hamilton. So I really take offense.
That's not at all.
We're looking for thorough information. That's it. So,
and we're going to get it.
Okay, that's all I'm asking for. All right, I appreciate the thank you.
We're there. We're not done yet. Thank you. Councillor Farr. Can't hear you just yet. Have you got your microphone off? Okay, still can't hear you. Sorry, okay. Try again. Nope. All right, somebody want to help him in terms of the microphone? We'll get that sorted out. I'm going to turn to Councillor Wilson and then come back to Councillor.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
Thank you. First time speaker. Who's in charge of activating our microphones now? Is it is it back in our control?
You are to leave your little round disc alone.
Yeah, I do.
They are going to turn it off and on.
Okay, great.
When you are on the speakers list and you're ready to go, they will turn you on.
So I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Marula. We are actually, I'm sure, the savvy politicians over there in Halton are counting the votes as we debate this publicly. I was quite surprised. I'm quite surprised to hear some of the comments. And I was around last time we discussed this. Most of what we discussed was in camera. I felt at the time there was absolutely no reasonable level of diplomacy, to quote you, Mr. Mayor, when we took a kick at this. We were there was no counter offers. There was simply silliness suggested on the part of Burlington on, what we ought to do working together and so forth. Look they are the wealthiest city in Canada. We have some properties, the most coveted in Canada, and we're going to want to, in 2 years when the lease is over, work the best deal for the taxpayers, period. This gets us there. It would be insane to think anything else. And if you're talking about let's maintain good relations, we're just going to get stepped on and taken advantage of further down the road for any other dealings we have, because we'd be considered a pushover. I don't think anybody in Hamilton wants to be considered a pushover by Burlington or any other city. Thanks very much. I'm very supportive of what's here.
Okay, thank you. No further speakers on this. I sense there's going to be overwhelming support on this motion, so we could have gotten there sooner. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Through the mayor, Councillor Partridge had an amendment for staff to report back at the end of September 2020. Does
Through that.
Councillor Marula consider that a friendly amendment?
I thought he had. Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. So back to the motion. All in favor with that friendly amendment, please indicate. Okay. And that's carried 15-1. Thank you. And item 7.2 is a motion that I've spoken to many of you about. I think Councillor Clark and Councillor Farr have indicated they're prepared to move it forward. Councillor Clark, did you want to maybe read the motion since your name is going to be on it on my behalf? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amendment to the composition of the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. Whereas the Social Planning Research Council of Hamilton will provide invaluable research and advice which will illuminate the task force deliberations and contribute to its success. And whereas the Social Planning Research Council is a recognized leader in promoting greater social and economic equity through research and community development, therefore be it resolved that Section 3.3 of the Terms of Reference of the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery be amended to include the following. One representative of the Social Planning Research Council of Hamilton. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move waiving of the rules since we're moving forward with this today.
Yep, thank you. So they're all waving at me to waive the rules. So thank you so much for that. So moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Farr to waive the rules. Deal with this issue. Any comments? If not, all in favor? Thank you. Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Collins, I don't see. Nope. No, don't see him present. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Clark, you just moved your motion, so.
So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr. I'll speak to it very quickly to all of my colleagues. I know that there's some of my colleagues who are concerned about adding an additional representative to the task force. I would suggest to everyone that this being the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery, and if the Mayor has reached out to certain individuals and realized that there's a forte, a strength, a knowledge base that could be used on this committee, and he's gone out of his way to find that source and then amend it so that they can participate in this process, I would suggest to all of us that it would be prudent for us to accept his advice and move forward with this. I don't think it should be a complicated decision. It's simply adding one additional voice to this particular committee, which has some strength and knowledge that may assist that program. And if I was in the mayor's shoes and I was asking council to do this, I would expect that the council would follow suit. Like, this is his task force, so I think it's an easy amendment that should be supported by everyone. Thank you.
Task force.
Thank you very much.
It says the
Councillor-
mayor's task force on economic recovery.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Councillor Ferguson, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm terribly concerned about it being too large. I was at the start. But since then, this will be 4 people that we've added. And I think that's unmanageable or untenable. I look at us, we're a group of 16 people and we take 17 hours on a meeting. And so I'll let the mayor have whatever he's want. I'll support this. However, to bring that number down a bit, I'd like to offer that I withdraw myself from the committee to keep us at 27.
Okay,
So
you can raise that motion at an appropriate time. This isn't it. So once we deal with that, you can certainly bring that forward. Councillor, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn to Councillor Jackson at this point. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, I will support, it's your request. I will support the addition of the SPRC individual. I believe it's a new executive director because when I saw the name, I thought, well, what happened to Sarah Mayo, who I had my office had dealt with on and off over the years. So
I think 1 year new.
Okay.
But a Hamiltonian, born and
Great.
raised and educated at McMaster University.
Terrific. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look forward to the day I might be able to meet her. And anyways, Mr. Mayor, so I'm supportive. I just want to make 2 comments, and to yourself and to whoever's going to end up being chair, vice chair, and to the task force. I'm really going to watch closely from the hospitality industry, restaurant side of it. I'm glad that there's 2 voices there. If I count the owner of, I think it's the Bird and the Courtyard of Marriott, I'm glad that those 2 voices are going to be there because I think I've said at past council meetings, Mr. Mayor, there's a lot of sectors of our society that have been whacked through COVID, no question. But I don't know why I'm just feeling a heartfelt empathy for places that a lot of people just enjoyed gathering after a long day at work, which was our pubs, restaurants, convention centers, hotels, lounges. And I'm just feeling such a heartbreak for that industry. So I'm glad, Mr. Mayor, 2 representatives are on from there. And all I'm going to offer, Mr. Mayor, is a caution. I'm just piggybacking on Councillor Ferguson. I was one of your chosen representatives, Mr. Mayor, about 15 years ago, 15 or 16 years ago. Some may remember the Jobs Prosperity Collaborative in town that was helping Hamilton after amalgamation, the JPC. And if I recall, memory serves me right, there was about a good 40 or more representatives, all well-meaning people, great stature from various sectors, public, private, not-for-profits, and otherwise across our community. Healthcare, education, all the various sectors, and I attended a few meetings, but I think after about a 3-year sojourn, I believe that JPC almost maybe collapsed under its own weight only because the 40 plus became a little unwieldy. But this is 28, and Mr. Mayor, you're requesting it, and I'm supporting it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to understand, Councillor. I'm going to name him because I think he should have a chance to respond. This is the mayor's task force. Well, if it is, then he wouldn't need to be getting our vote for the membership. So let's be clear. This is council's. The mayor's leading it, but it's the council's task force, and by name, we wouldn't have to be dealing with these considerations right now. So, could I get clarity from clerks?
No, this is a community task force, made up of interested sectoral community representatives that are going to guide us and help us reestablish our economy. So council doesn't own it, although all recommendations come out of this. Let me answer. All recommendations that come out of this in terms of policy directions will need to go to council and have to be ratified. So
Mr. Mayor,
council will have hands on.
I'm asking the clerk because here's the challenge. Nothing prevents the mayor from going out and appointing his own people, whoever he believes will bring most to the table to help and facilitate him and any advice to bring back to council. This is coming to council for approval for the actual individual membership, which means virtually that this council is the one that's creating the task force. If that's the case, then obviously there's some linkage between council and this task force, or this wouldn't be before us. So can I ask the clerk for clarity on that?
Madam Clerk, clarity on that.
Through the mayor, under the terms of reference, the task force does report into council and is expected to report back on the economic recovery for the city after COVID or during the COVID. But as far as appointments to the membership, the report that came forward with the terms of reference, the mayor is appointing the people. You will not see a report back appointing the members. It was up to, according to the report and the terms of reference, it was up to the mayor and the city manager to do the selection of members. However, under the terms of reference, the different areas of the community who are going to be engaged in the selection process of appointees was approved by council in the terms of reference. That's why this motion is here today.
Okay, it's a bit confusing because you're suggesting that the mayor can unilaterally make that decision in the terms of reference, yet we got this amendment in front of us for council approvals. That's counter.
Let
No,
me help clarify.
The individuals are going to be selected by the mayor according to the report that came forward and was approved by council. The composition as far as the different sectors that are going to be selected from was in the terms of reference and appointed.
Okay, that's correct.
Council. Okay. So here's my problem, Mr. Mayor. We talked about two approaches. One was the economic approach, and that is basically the many employers that are currently shut down right now and how we can facilitate them to get back to full employment and full operation. We don't need the Social Planning Research Council to tell us how to do that. But I can tell you, we do need the Social Planning Research Council to help us on the social side and the impacts on the nonprofits and so forth. So there's certainly a role. I don't understand the difference between members at the table versus what I call support. So normally, Social Planning Research Council provides a support mechanism. They're the ones that can provide reports and studies and so forth. They're not there sitting at the table. They're the ones actually providing the information for those to consider at the table, because that's what they normally do. So help me understand how we went from a support group now into actual full-fledged membership, when in fact, that's not their role, even in their own mission statements.
Because I thought it would be a good idea to have them sitting at the table as opposed to using them as a resource down the road. So that's why I brought it forward.
Okay, that's the problem I'm having. I mean, it's getting unreal. I mean, I support this from day one. I thought it was a great initiative for the mayor to take. Now I see 9, 10 nonprofits, and I'm not even sure what the scope is anymore. I thought this was about helping mom and pop shops and whatever get their employees back to work. How does it?
I do appreciate your notion that you want to debate the whole issue of the task force. That's not what we're here to talk
I'm not
about.
debating. I'm trying to understand.
We're here talking about this one individual and whether or not you support that. Let's focus in on that.
I'm asking the question: what relevance does the Social Planning Research Council bring to the table on mom and pop getting their business up and running?
And I think we tried to answer that question. They do research in terms of daycare. They do research in terms of housing. They do research in terms of all kinds of things that relate directly to the economy of the city of Hamilton, and have been for 55 years.
Mr. Mayor, we're dealing with economic development. We're pointing, I think now 9, 10 nonprofits.
What's that?
When there is an area for them to actually participate, and I'm a little concerned that now we're going to get overlaps on the two fronts that we talked about. I've been pushing for a social task force to take a look at the implications on our nonprofits, our delivery of social services, and so forth. That's where these groups, our strengths are. Now we're intermingling them in an area that I'm really concerned about, because this is not going to be fast acting. This is going to slow the whole process down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional speakers, Councilors Partridge, Marula, and Nan. Councilor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I did hit the speaker right from the very beginning. So I am concerned about the size. I certainly applaud the whole committee set up in terms of, the initiative going forward. It is something that's important. But when I look at the list of the folks that are going to be participating, and I only counted 9 businesses out of 20 some odd, I really, I just think it's getting too big. As previous speakers have said, even going back over the years on many other task force that we've had that, seem to kind of implode on each other. because of the side, or even get bogged down in, you know, research and studies and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have time for that. In my ward, I'm hearing from small businesses that are closing. It really, it's frightening. It's very, very scary for those folks. So I'm going to offer my name up for resignation with Councillor Ferguson as well, because I just feel that the size is not going to benefit from having too many folks on it that have nothing to do with businesses and having skin in the game. And I only see 9 at this point. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And granted, I think everything that's being discussed and the points being made.
I think you need to move your microphone.
Sorry, I did that again. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think everyone has a merited argument on this in this case. However, as you've mentioned, it is your task force, and I support it strongly. And I also think it's important that we support perhaps inputting on terms of reference. A suggestion would be, I know years ago when I was working with HRDC's Path Employment, the youth and adult networking employment agencies, which there were many duplications of many of them, we brought together a group, but it was far too large for it to be practically implemented. So we divided it into subcommittees. And I think with all the expertise that's on this list, it clearly illustrates to me that you have resource committee, you have a small business community, and so on. So it's perfect. I think as long as you can deduce it down to that level, it was very effective in putting together a plan of action for us. And I'm sure it'll be very effective for you, sir. And I appreciate it, and I strongly support it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We may very well end up there. I think it's the foundation of that is there. Councillor Nairn, and then Councillor myself, and then Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support the motion. I think it's really important that we have people at the table that do the research and provide the facts-based evidence that we all have been speaking a lot about in terms of not only how we manage in COVID, but also how we recover from COVID. And I think it's a great indication. The fact that we've got our academic community represented around the table, we've got our business community represented around the table. I think it's only another asset, another strength, another great voice and very skilled individual to bring to the table. So happy to support it.
Thank you. If I could just briefly, I'm not going to belabor it, and I thank you for those that are supporting. You know, this is about economic recovery. So I think people have kind of zeroed in on it's just business. Economic recovery speaks to what's happening at Mohawk College, what's happening at McMaster. Massive, huge employers in our community. That's why they're participating in this effort. It's the hotel and accommodations industry. It's the music industry. It's the cultural industry. All vast, huge employers, including the not-for-profit sector, a vast and huge employer in our community. So it's not just, let's just talk about the business people that run a business. They're all part of the employment picture for our entire community. And that's really what we're trying to structure here. And if it gets too ungainly, we'll have some good thought around creating some subcommittees that can focus on specific sectors that are important. You can well appreciate that economic recovery and all the sectors that are involved in that, you know, would be chagrined if they didn't have representation on this. And so the difficulty is, how do we exclude any one sector that's important in our community? We tried to make sure that it was inclusive of all of those sectors to ensure that we get a good, clear, broad picture of what economic recovery is going to look like. And I find it interesting, just the Conference Board of Canada just released some information. I think I should share. I think hopefully you've got it. I asked staff to send it over to you, which speaks to, you know, the prognosis for the city of Hamilton in terms of economic recovery. And it suggests things like economic growth in the city of Hamilton is expected to be a solid 6% next year, based on everything they know, COVID included. And yes, there'll be a decline in real estate sales, but expected to be an increase in pricing. A rebound of some 5.2% is expected in 2021. And the Hamilton economy will rebound sharply next year, given all the changes that we're currently undergoing. And leading the way will be the accommodation and food, entertainment, recreation, transportation, and warehousing industries as particularly important in terms of how we grow in our economy. I'll ask our staff to send that to you in terms of their current assessment of our economy, current state of affairs. Our economy is a big deal, and it includes a lot of people. And so I'm going to be intrigued by, the wealth of knowledge that we're bringing to the table that can not only help through this COVID process, but also help into the future in terms of our economic growth and development that they're all partners in our city. So I thank you all for your support. I think it's going to be important to have this very important, I think, research organization be part of this. And I'll go to the question unless Councillor Ferguson wants to double down on anything. I thought you were going to come forward with the motion to remove yourself from the committee. Anything else to add beyond that on the motion itself? Councillor Ferguson?
I'm just waiting to get turned on.
Okay, thank you. You're on.
No, am I on? Okay, it doesn't show it on my screen. Okay, I got, my microphone was turned off before I finished last time. Just a message through to the clerk. Andrea, if this is the mayor's task force and the mayor picked it, council has not approved any of those members, why can't I just ask the mayor to remove me from the list of attendees? Why do I need council to agree to that?
Because you were appointed by council.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you were. Definitely. Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you confirm that, please?
Through the mayor, when the report and the terms of reference came forward, Councillor Nan, Councillor Partridge, and Councillor Ferguson were all appointed by council. So your resignation and removal from the committee would have to come through council as well.
So how do I do that? Can I do it myself? Can I make the motion?
You could do it today if you wanted to, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and can I do it as an amendment to this, or do I wait till this motion's done?
Yeah, you're going to wait till this motion's done.
We should wait till the motion is done. If Councillor Partridge wishes as well, we could do that as one motion after this one.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I didn't suggest that this organization didn't provide good information. I was suggesting that they're a great resource. That's the only difference in the nuance. So let's be clear. I didn't say that or suggest they shouldn't be part of the process. And somehow it turned into that. Certainly they should be. And more to the points that Councillor Moore made, more of us, you could incorporate in subcommittee formats because they'd be very instrumental in providing information to the broader committee and the steering committee. You've done that in the past. I was just a little concerned that now we're getting to resource-based kind of organizations and put them as full members on this committee. And I thought that was going a little bit wayward, but I will support it.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to the motion moved and seconded by Clark and Farr. All in favor? And any opposed? Councillor Marula, and I don't see Councillor Collins on the screen at this point. Councillor Marula is there, so he's in favor. Yep, thumbs up. Anyone else? All clear? Thank you very much. And I'm going to, so we are at statements by members, and I think Councillor Ferguson, to be fair, you just indicated you wanted to put forward a motion, so we could certainly start with you in terms of statements by members, and you could introduce a motion at that point. Councillor Ferguson.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would also like to ask through the mayor, through you, if you're going to be appointing people to the task force as well, if there's going to be removals, because the task force does start tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's in the hands of council.
Okay.
It's not mandatory. I don't think there's a mandatory number of members of council to participate. There was just a requested 3. Right.
Through you, there's 3 members under the terms of reference right now.
So myself would be one.
Yes.
Councillor Nan would be the other.
Yes.
Councillor Partridge would be the other.
No,
and Councillor
sorry, it's 3 council members.
Council members. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Ferguson, we're going to start with statements from members from you, and you can put whatever motion you like.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just move that my name be removed as a member of the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. And I don't know whether Councillor Partridge wants to be head. Yeah, it looks like she does. So the two of us be removed as members of the task force.
Okay, that's moved and seconded by Councillor Partridge. Any comments on that? Seeing none. I guess we vote on that then. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Feel free to yay or nay on that one. Councillor Pauls and Councillor Collins in favor or opposed? In favor, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Collins in favor. Thank you. No, thumbs up. Yep, thank you.
Can I just say something? I wanted to say something. I had my speakerphone.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just, it saddens me that Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Partridge wants to withdraw. The reason is this, they bring a lot of experience, and I was going to vote no, not to let them step down, but it's their wish. I would respect it, but I do think that we do need them on the task force, so I hope they could reconsider.
Okay, thank you. So the vote was, you still have to vote, Councillor Pauls, so. Can't hear you at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And I guess subject to this vote, we can either appoint 2 additional members, or we could certainly alter the terms of reference in terms of the numbers that would be on the task force. So are there any volunteers that want to fulfill the other 2 positions? I see Councillor Danko with his hand up. Anyone else that would like to participate? Councillor Whitehead? Yes? Is it affirmative? Yep. Okay, so.
Good.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that it really concerns me that probably of this whole council, 1, if not 2 of the most business-oriented backgrounds are deciding to resign from this committee, and that's so unfortunate. I just want to highlight that.
I do not disagree, but that is their choice. So you, Councillor Whitehead, you're on for volunteering. Councillor Danko as well. So a motion by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Whitehead, that they replace the 2 members with 2 incoming members. All in favor? Waiting for the vote to come through. Anybody need to thumbs up? Councillor Whitehead, thumbs up from you, I'm assuming. Terry, you're supporting that? Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson, back to you in terms of statement of members. So if you had any additional comments you wanted to make as a statement?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson then, next. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 announcements. One is congratulations to Armstrong Feed that has officially opened up the Binbrook Home Hardware today. So it's been a long journey, and everyone in the village has been very excited for this to happen, and all the best, especially when we keep hearing sad news about businesses that are closing and suffering. They have actually opened. So that's just an amazing story. I also wanted to thank Anthony and Vincent Battaglia, who had their 7th birthday, and they didn't know how to celebrate it through this COVID situation. We've seen the car parades, you've seen the drive-by sign parties, but this family made the decision to have a food drive and a fundraiser. And they absolutely overstepped their expectations. They filled an entire pickup truck with food items, cleaning supplies, baby products, PPEs, and over $1,300 for the Good Shepherd. So thank you very much to those twins. I think that was very unselfish of them, and I think we could all learn a good lesson. There is some sewer main lining work being done in Mount Hope, Homestead Road north of Airport, and Airport Road west of Homestead, and it's going on till June the 14th. And I lied, I have one more, sorry. On Glancaster Road, there's an environmental assessment being done, and there's been letters that have been sent out asking permission from the landowners if our staff can go on their property. So currently we are initiating phase 3 and 4. And as I said earlier, they're trying to get permission from the landowners so they can do a complete environmental assessment. So if you have any questions, please contact either Margaret Fazio at 905-546-2424, extension 2218, or myself at extension 4513. Otherwise, please send these letters back by June the 12th. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my announcements.
Thank you very much. Councilor Pearson?
Mayor, thank you. So a couple of information things. First and foremost, I'm getting lots of complaints coming in now with regards to grass cutting and in the parks especially, and they're not being done as efficiently as they were in the past. So I have worked with staff and talked to them. Unfortunately, because of COVID and not being able to hire students this year, our staff are backlogged. They're working with usually 270 plus students. They're down to about 30 right now that they're able to get in and help address the backlog. So I hope that residents can please be patient, but that's the reason things aren't being as manicured as they are. Thrilled that leaf and yard waste is online again weekly. We did have some problems the last couple of weeks, so it's good to see that this is moving forward, and hopefully we won't have any more hiccups or glitches for a while. Mr. Mayor, I'm also continue to receive complaints about residents, children, adults, I don't know who, removing tape and signs from our play equipment. Play equipment is off limits in all of our parks. So please, it's frustrating to have to call our staff. We're also running out of supplies to put up more caution tape, etc. So it is very frustrating. Please respect the social distancing and the regulations. Couple of ward issues. I'm sure residents will see, especially in Ward 10 right now, that the North Service Road from the QEW off-ramp to Drake's Drive is being resurfaced as part of Councillor Collins' ward and my ward. It is good news, and it has to do also with the new entranceway to the Confederation Park intensification area. So this is going to take approximately 2 months, and there are detour signs that have been posted. I've also made sure that my staff, our traffic staff, put in some more signs because we get a lot of traffic, especially residential, that goes all the way along the North Service Road to access right to the Grimsby border. So I wanted to be sure that this was front and center, that people are aware of it. And I haven't received any complaints, so hopefully it's working well, though it's only the 3rd day. Also, the Ministry of Transportation, I'm being advised, this was a project that's was long to come forward. The Ministry of Transportation is working on 14 structural culverts, upgrades, and rehabilitations throughout Ward 10 from Centennial Parkway all the way to the Grimsby border to 50 Road. So there are 14 structural culverts, and 11 of them of the interchanges have external sections that pass underneath the North and South Service roads that are on city property. So the ministry will be doing works in that area as well for the next little while. So just to give residents a heads up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been receiving a number of phone calls and emails and tweets and texts about coyotes and the prevalence of coyotes in the area. There does seem to be quite a few of them, more than normal. I would suggest to the residents that it is likely because of the larger amount of development that is now occurring in close proximity to the Niagara Escarpment face in Upper Stony Creek. So that was traditionally a hunting territory for the coyotes, and so they're going to be venturing out. We strongly suggest that you have a closed-in yard with wooden fence as opposed to just a wire fence, because they can see through the wires and they can easily jump a 6-foot fence. Make sure you look after your children and animals late at night. Be very careful about putting them out at dusk in the backyards to play alone. You should just stay with your kids and your pets when you're out and about at dusk and early in the morning. The animals are protected through the Ministry of Natural Resources, so we have very limited range of things that we can actually do to deter them. And so we try to educate the community as to how to protect themselves from these wild animals. So feel free to contact my office, or you can actually go to my webpage, bradclarkreport.com. And on that page, there's actually a list of things that you can do to actually protect yourself from coyotes. That's it. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, I'm finding that looking at what's happening south of the border, the horror and the hate and the sorrow, I think is weighing heavily on all of us. And it's heartbreaking and scary to watch. But it's also a reminder that America is still has a broken promise, and it's still in default of its promise, and that is to treat all men and women and Black men and women, as well as white men and women, that they're guaranteed inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But it's certainly also, in watching it play out in real time, I think is it's necessary for those of us north of the border to reflect and not to diminish our own history in terms of Black Canadians, Brown Canadians, our Indigenous, the Indigenous community that lives throughout this nation. And I think we should be digging deep and thinking hard and calling on all of our institutions, including this one, to do a better job of listening and to recognize the significant exhaustive burden of those who remain battered and left out, of having to constantly try and prove and explain broken promises. So I will be doing that. I know a lot of Ward 1 residents have reached out to me. I also see the comments on social media. I just wanted to let them know I'm aware of it and trying to go down that journey as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the thousands of folks watching right now, asking themselves, when are they going to get to that SOBI motion? We do have to go in camera after our colleagues have their public service announcements and move their motions. And then in camera, there's 3 items, one of which is our latest update dealing with the Uber deadbeats. Then we'll come out and we'll deal with Councillor Marula and Councillor Collins' motion. So please hang in there. I'm hoping for just another hour, but in advance, this is a bit of a different order because we got to get the Uber deadbeat update before we do the motion. I want to say thank you to all of those thousands of folks who have participated and peacefully. I will forever have burned on my brain the front court of City Hall and those some 300 bikes. It was a message sent loud and clear. And it was beginning to accumulate on a weekend where I spent a lot of time looking for folks to help you with that message and get us to the point where we could solve that prevailing argument on taxpayer money. And I think we've done that today. And so stick with us. We'll be back out of camera soon, and we'll be dealing with Councillor Marula and Councillor Collins' motion. And hopefully the big blue and some white bikes are back on our Hamilton roads in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nat. Someone want to?
Thank you. Just a quick update for those of our neighbors in Ward 3 who are walking by Gage Park and seeing The new Hamilton's first wheelchair swing has been installed in Gage Park. Thanks again to the advocacy and the work of Rebecca Shea and everybody who are advocating on behalf of those with mobility needs and ensuring that all of us can play and enjoy our park spaces. I just wanted to say congratulations to everybody who advocated for that. The chair is in place, or the swing is in place. However, just like every other play structure, it is not accessible yet until our play structures are open when it is safe to do so in a COVID context. So thank you and congratulations. Next Wednesday, we will be continuing our Ward 3 Wellness Wednesdays online. We'll be featuring Helena McKinney from In Fine Feather at 8 p.m. who will be guiding Ward 3 residents and anybody from around the city who could use about a 45-minute pause in their evening to practice some wellness. These continue to be times of anxiety and uncertainty for many families and many households and many individuals. So this is our small way of giving back to the goodness of our community by sharing some wellness practices. So please join us live on Facebook for that. And also a reminder to residents that on June 6th, our escarpment stairs will be reopening for use for travel from the escarpment down, and a reminder that everybody still needs to maintain safe physical distancing and all the other public health criteria as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Marula?
I'm good.
Good, thank you. Okay, Councilor Collins?
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the use of masks and the HSR. So I know that we reported earlier last month that unlikely that masks were on their way as it relates to being something that was required to get on HSR. But I noticed that Ottawa and now today Brampton have announced that masks are required, non-medical masks are required. So are we contemplating the same in terms of a report back, either advising that we're following suit or whether we're not? Is that something that's coming to us, or do we need to give direction on that at this point?
No, I think it's an EOC matter in terms of how we open up, and public health. I know Dr. Richardson is assessing that as we speak, and we'll be making a decision, I think, in due time in terms of how that rolls out. My sense of it is that the likelihood is that we will be requiring masks for everybody using public transit.
Okay, good to know that it's being talked about. The other issue is
definitely.
Sorry, the other issue is we are a landlord with businesses located in many parts of the city that are located in city-owned properties. And so whether it's the Lister Block, Farmers Market, my Confederation Park in my area has commercial tenants. So is that something that's coming back to us as well in terms of how we're treating our tenants at some point, whether it's an information update, a financial update? I did have a brief conversation with someone who called me to say, what's the city doing about this? And so I haven't heard anything along those lines through the EOC updates that I've followed, and I haven't seen anything in written form as yet. So is that something that's forthcoming as well?
Okay, so just for my own benefit, I'm not clear in terms of their tenancy and in terms of the facilities or their lease rate.
Yes, well, in terms of their lease agreements, right? We've seen
being able to use. Yeah.
We've seen public messages from other levels of government in terms of assisting tenants with private landlords, and I wondered what the city's policies are in the same regard, and whether we're making operational changes to assist those tenants, or whether it's business as usual for a couple of months, and we're going to get to that at some point in time down the road, or whether there's no discussion and not something that we're going to address.
Yep, fair enough. City Manager Janet Smith, I think, would be the right person to field that one. Jeanette? There you are.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. We are having some of our tenants coming forward and asking us, so we're kind of gathering all that information now. Also, maybe some who are booked to rent our facilities, etc. So we're collecting all that, and we'll bring something back to council.
Perfect. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I wish to salute all frontline workers. What a 3 months, going on 3.5 month journey this has been for frontline workers across so many aspects of our society. and especially those, again, still in the medical field and elsewhere. I just salute their endurance and the stamina they've had, and most of them overwhelmingly with joy and passion in what they do to keep people safe and healed as much as possible and keep services and food and the drugs where needed in drugstores flowing as well. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, thanks again, Ward 6. Amazing compliance, amazing adherence. And even as the regulations are easing provincially and municipally, overall the last week or two, thank you for the obedience of not taking advantage of the easing of regulations to the point where they would hypothetically have to be reversed, Mr. Mayor. So I see real responsibility by the overwhelming majority of the East Mountain residents, even as regulations are being eased to enjoy a lot of the municipal amenities they could not for a while. Speaking of that, Mr. Mayor, the East Mountain Escarpment Stairs at the edge of Margate and Mountain Brow Boulevard, going all the way down to Kimberly Drive and Councillor Marula and Councillor Collins's area, will be opening this weekend. It's a popular stairway. It's been there about a good 12 years now, growing in popularity. Please, everyone, do it responsibly, maintain physical distancing. The last thing I want to hear is congregation of large groups top halfway down at the bottom, which may cause a reconsideration. But enjoy as the stairs of the East Mount along the Brow are going to be reopened this weekend. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, as we always try to keep the beauty of our city, and I work closely on the East Mountain with my constituents and city staff. And at this time, even though the economy, right after our health, is the top two priorities in our city to resurrect and rebound, but I think at this time people need peace, serenity, and beauty more than ever. And I'm very pleased to say the money's been approved for traffic island conversions to beautiful flowers at Upper Ottawa, Silverton, Unsworth, at Dartnell and Stone Church East, a gateway into the East Mountain and the business park, and at Upper Gage and Stone Church East as well. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, road and sidewalk reconstruction in the Trenholm neighborhood along Jamie Ann Court, Trenholm, Solomon, and a new signal, pedestrian signal as well, will be installed soon at Moxley and Mohawk. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, for safe passage, part of the old Ward 7 I inherited 18 months ago through ward boundary realignment, where the new No Frills Plaza is at Upper Sherman and Rymel Road. Brand new sidewalks will be built and constructed this summer from Upper Sherman on the north side, on that No Frills Plaza side, right over to the stoplight at Eva Drive for safe passage of my constituents. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls. 1 second. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Okay, you should be on now.
I just want to thank Councillor Jackson for, we're attached to each other in a sense, ward, and my constituents will be very happy to have sidewalks there because they also use that No Frill store, so thank you for that. I just want to remind everybody that on June 13th, the virtual hike for Dr. Bob Kent is going to take place. I want to thank Councillor Jackson, and I want to thank Councillor Danko for being on my team, being on our team all together. And that day, I want you to go out, do your 5K walk and send a picture. And I want you to know that the Dr. Bob Kemp has raised quite a bit of money, even doing it virtually. So they thought outside the box, and they're doing a great job. So I want to remind everybody, if you haven't signed up, you still can. If you want to donate, you could donate on the Hamilton City team, okay? Also, I want to say, for the people in Ward 7, I've had quite a complaints about speeding on Brucedale and Fennel. I've been calling the police, the hotline and all that. I just want to be sharing that speeding right now, it seems like everybody seems to speed because there's less cars, but I cannot put speed bump in every road. So I just want to say to my Ward 7, let's take a look at it. Let's all do our part not to speed. And when everything will go back to normal, we'll look at some areas in my ward as well. So in that, I want to say thank you for doing your part in not speeding and your part in social distancing and all you do for Ward 7. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to mention that the police just finished doing a speeding blitz. Some 800 tickets were issued over a couple of weeks, probably ended about a week and a half ago. So they're certainly putting their effort into trying to curb the speeding that's happening throughout the city, unfortunately. So kudos to them for that effort, and I'm sure that will continue. Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last virtual council meeting, I allowed my frustrations with the direction of the debate to get the best of me and reacted in anger. And I can tell you there's nothing like watching your face screaming at this little camera on the 6 o'clock news to make you realize that you didn't make a good choice. So I wouldn't accept that kind of behavior from my children, and I shouldn't accept it from myself or from anybody else. So I'd like to offer you, Mr. Mayor, an apology as the chair of these meetings. I know having us in this virtual setting makes it that much more difficult to manage a meeting and control the speaking queue. And that kind of reaction, I think, didn't respect your authority as the chair of the meeting. To our staff, when that kind of thing happens, I think it puts our staff in a very awkward position where they are being asked to be a referee or to comment on things, and I know it makes them feel very uncomfortable. It's unprofessional of me to have placed them in that kind of position. And to this council as a whole, I think more than ever, people are looking to their elected representatives, to their government, for leadership, and are looking to have confidence in their elected representatives. So whether that there's bad behavior by any one of us, I feel it reflects on this council as a whole poorly. So for my role in that, I offer my sincere apologies to this council and also to the residents of Hamilton and the residents of Ward 8 that I represent. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor. Much appreciated, and very big of you to do. That's a rare moment when people apologize for their actions, and I think that was a very important and wise step on your part, and certainly a lesson to all of us when we know we haven't acted properly, that we acknowledge that and make some apologies or make some amends. I think that's a wise step to take, and we need to be more collaborative going forward in every way possible. I think people expect that, should expect that. We should expect that of ourselves, quite frankly. So thank you for that. Much appreciated, and certainly apology accepted on my part, and I'm sure on everyone else's part as well. Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to, mention all the community events that are being postponed or being canceled. In Waterdown Farmers Market, unfortunately, is not going to be able to go forward. It has been canceled. And, that's a huge hit for our community because our residents, certainly it's a great place to gather, to be able to socialize, and for our farmers to be able to bring their produce in and to be able to connect with the community. We have the Rib Fest, which would have happened on July 1st weekend. Huge hit for the Rotary Club of Waterdown and the Flamborough AM Rotary Club. Comedy Fest, again, for the Lions Club, another big hit. And the Village Theater, so many of us, we have village theaters throughout different areas of our community, and they're hugely important to the fabric. So, we have a lot of things being canceled and a lot of pressure and worry and concern being put on those in our community. And yet, some good news. We had the Lions Club up in Waterdown donated $1,000 to the Flamborough Women's Resource Center, which I was, extremely grateful for. We did a photo shoot, photo op, I'll call it, out in front of the Women's Center, and hockey sticks were abound with $1,000 check attached to the end of the hockey stick as it was handed over to Nancy Smith, who is with Interval House. And of course, Flamborough Women's Center is a satellite of Interval House located within the heart of Waterdown. So, you know, people are very concerned. We have seen things opening up a bit. I just heard the other day that the border between Quebec and Ottawa is now open, which is great because, you know, we can go down and see our son in Quebec City and Carolyn in Ottawa. Still don't have flights out to Vancouver, which unfortunately, Justin, you know, we're doing lots of texts and phone calling. So, but even still, with the borders opening up, it is a concern, and we're not going to be traveling for several weeks. I don't want to see the border open between you know, Ontario and the United States. And I want to thank our federal government and our provincial government for standing firm on that, and trying as we try and you know, work our way through this horrible COVID-19 and try and come out on the other side. So I thank my residents very much. I thank the residents of the city of Hamilton, and I certainly thank this council for all the work that everyone is doing. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Mayor, the first question I have, and I think Janet's there, and she sent me a response. I'm not overly thrilled with the response. How is it, and maybe the clerk can verify, did I not put a motion asking for a report to come back in 2 weeks in respect to the staffing issues?
Through the mayor, Councillor Whitehead, I would have to look into our past minutes. I don't recall that motion, but I would have to double check on that. But I can double check after this meeting and send it to you if I'm
Was there
able
not
to
a
find
commitment-
that.
Was there not a commitment by staff in the context of the conversation that they'll be coming back in the next couple of weeks with that report?
So we don't record directions. We only record official motions at council.
That's why, to my colleagues, we pass motions and not directions, because this is the dilemma you get caught in. So on record, you can take a look at the tape. Staff made the commitment. They come back in 2 weeks, Mr. Mayor. We're now 4 weeks past that point where I had made the original request. Yes, I know it's a constant fluidity in the context of what's taking place. Doesn't mean we can't get an update reporting exactly what's happening with 8,000 employees and services are being provided to our community. I just can't, for the life of me, understand what can justify a commitment and having that commitment broken. So can I hear from Janice to clearly understand why we don't have this report back in a timely fashion?
City Manager Smith.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Whitehead. And my apologies for not keeping you updated along the way. We always had an intention of coming back and reporting on our staffing issues related to COVID. And what would happen is we'd start to prepare it and then something would change. So on a weekly basis, the senior leadership team is reviewing our staffing levels, particularly those working from home. And this follows our move to stop scheduling hours for 1,300 staff because there's no current work and no work expected in the immediate future, and those staff remain off. We have over 300 staff that have been redeployed to support the emergency response, whether that's in the long-term care homes, in the shelter system, or helping with public health staff. All staff providing essential services have always been working, some on site and some working from home where that type of work allows that. So what happened was we were preparing a report, and then when the seasonal spring activities, we heard Councillor Pearson mention the grass cutting, came back online as requested by council. Staff adopted our service levels and our service delivery to address the COVID-related health and safety requirements, which sometimes required us to have not just the usual staff complement, but some additional staff to meet those COVID. So this required us to update the staffing list again. And that's things like the grass cutting, horticultural, etc. As provincial orders have changed and some of our services and activities are reopening, additional staff are back at work, and we're also redeploying existing staff before hiring students wherever possible. And that's things like our construction. You heard our announcement yesterday about moving towards some of our recreation programs within COVID restrictions. And we had to open the cooling centers recently, and that required extra staffing. So I will fully admit it's been a moving target, but we're now at the point with our reopening plan and some sense of where the province is going, although no exact timing. that we have a stable staffing list, and we're bringing a report to council on June 15th that has all the financial impacts of COVID, what mitigating measures we're taking on all fronts, including issues on our staffing levels. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Madam City Manager, and I will from now on not rely on direction, because clearly direction doesn't facilitate proper timing for reports to come forward. And then there'll be a force, at least an explanation on why those reports aren't coming back on those assigned dates. And so there's a process in place. Problem with direction, it gets lost in the milieu. So I appreciate those comments. The other one was to the clerks, and I was promised I was getting a response, and I haven't heard it. It's been quiet, deafening. When we're having virtual town hall meetings and councillors are having trying to get on the speakers list, and you shut off the queue, and you're looking for some direction from clerks, I can't get a hold of anyone through the chat. So what is the best way to go forward on our virtual meetings if no one's responding?
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, Councillor Whitehead, in our last meeting, we had tried to communicate with you through the chat, but with some of the interruptions in the internet, I think some of those chat responses to you did not get through. We certainly do try to keep an eye out for anybody who is waving. I do admit it is more difficult to raise point of order during our electronic meetings, and we are trying to work through some of those obstacles. Some of them we're able to catch immediately, and I apologize, some of them we do miss.
I appreciate that. And the queuing on the, and I think Councillor Farr raised that again today. A lot of times it's not even accessible or it's on when you need it to be on based on what is taking place. So I just want to make sure that we understand that we're trying to get on a speakers list, and you don't, it says it's not, well, in fact, you got to shut down. We can't even get into the queue. So hopefully we can fix that in the future.
Through the mayor, what we were trying to do is we're working with their eScribe vendor, and what we're trying to do is get them to change the way that is working so that the light turns green and you can chime in on the speakers list, and then it would turn red once you've indicated that. So we are working with eScribe on that, and they do have it ready. We just didn't want to deploy it just before this meeting in case there was an issue with it. So they do have something ready. They are going through the testing of that, and we're hoping by our next cycle of standing committee meetings that it is implemented and working.
Thank you for your excellent response to those issues, and same with the city manager. I really appreciated her verbal update. Just give us a placement, but I look forward to the full report. And Mr. Mayor, sadly, I got another issue I have to raise, and I'm trying to determine if it's going to be through a notice of motion in regards to a censorship of one of our councillor colleagues, or whether I go to the integrity commissioner. There is an article in Raise the Hammer by one of our councillors that I believe crosses the line on three fronts. One, there's an assumption that the council and the past council created a $3 billion deficit, and that we need to take responsibility without having a clear understanding how that $3 billion deficit was created. So there's an assumption that needs to be clarified by Mike Zegarac. So I will be asking a full report so we can put that to bed. Another one, Mr. Mayor, an assumption in this email was that the $3 billion in the context of the deficit, not appreciating the fact that we fall under the Planning Act. We have an initial plan, official plan process, and a plan and a process that defines what is actually taking place once those things are being approved by both the council and by the province of Ontario. And plus, you get appeals by the developers, as you know. So there's not 100% control on those issues. So again, to lay blame is not probably the best way to move forward as a council. And then the toxic nature of the comments in this article is not becoming of any councillor, and certainly isn't helping us to move forward as a collective. And it's a very unfortunate. So I am going to be looking for a formal apology on this article, or pursuing those two avenues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Der Beek. There we go. Should be on now.
Nothing, thank you this week.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. And I'm not gonna add anything. I've said enough. Thank you. And we're gonna go to the closed session minutes of May 27th, 28th, 2020. Can I have a motion to approve that? Moved by Clark, seconded by Johnson. All in favor? Straight to a vote, unless you have any comments, questions. If not, and I'm gonna just recommend a 10-minute break before we go, when we go into camera, because I'm sure we could all use a little. You're all fortunate you can all come and go. I'm sitting here frozen in this chair and got some things I need to do. Might take about 10 minutes. Councillor Wilson, the motion or approved.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Yeah, you're in a dark place there. I think I see thumbs. Thank you. Councillor Nance, thumbs up. Anyone else need to? Councillor Farr, thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Pauls, thank you. Thumbs up. Councillor Whitehead, just, nope, I see a thumb. He's not there, but his thumb is. Thank you. Thank you, and that's carried. Thank you. And could I have a motion to move into camera? Moved by Johnson, seconded by Pauls. To move into camera on in closed session minutes pursuant to section 8.1 subsection B, E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 18270 as amended, and section 2392 subsection B, E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personnel matters about identifiable individuals, including city employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. So all of those in favor of moving into camera for all of those reasons, please indicate. Councilor Farr, you're good. Thumbs up. Thank you. Councilor Whitehead, thumbs up. Anyone else not able to vote? Councilor Paul, sitting there. Nope. Running back. Thumbs up. Okay, and that's carried. And so if we could, 4:10 back here to do the in-camera session, and we should be able to wrap up reasonably quickly. Thank you.